Good evening, and welcome to tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. As always, before we jump into tonight's episode, we do have a few announcements to get through. The first being a reminder that we have quiz questions available over on our YouTube channel. You can head over to our YouTube channel at Arcane_Adventures and click on the Community tab to test your knowledge about the lore and just general game environment, about the world that we play in, and the stories that we tell here at our virtual table. Also, in conjunction with our quiz questions, we have shorts that release twice a week, once on Tuesday and on Friday. You can catch the most iconic moments of our campaign told to you on the internet, totally out of context, as it should be. In the event that you need a recap before catching up with us here in Chapter 6, you can jump right in, and Chapter 5's recap is out right now over on our YouTube channel, so check that out as well. And lastly, you may notice that we have a little companion joining us today. This is Arcane Beats, powered by Kinku FM. We will be listening to music, able to provide you a little bit more of an immersive listening experience to us. Music here is compiled by Bardify. You can check them out on YouTube, and all licensure is under Epidemic Sound. So that does conclude, however, all of our announcements. We thank you for joining us, and we will go ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. And welcome back. Last we left off, Lorem Ipsum, the traveling amalgam of adventurers per se, have adventured from Ubenberg southward to the massive capital city of the Union of Fenere, that being Oceavester, and its sister city, Hydroxylvexen. Here in the bustling metropolis, we left our horses with a wonderful little dwarf individual and began to embark upon our adventures and whatever tasks may be at hand here in the city of Oceavester and Hydroxylvexen. The massive steppe city proving to be not necessarily challenging to navigate per se, but at least a new venture for all of us. And with that, our party decided to divide themselves up to handle various tasks. A classic D&D move, splitting the party, which could not go poorly in any way at any time, but at least it didn't for us in the given situation. Altrix decided to investigate and do a little research at the library at the Collegium Tidal, the massive institution here in Oceavester, well respected for its vast arcane and more mundane knowledge that it offers, while Rancor invested the Claremorth University's Hydroxylvexen branch on the other side of the city before crossing paths and heading back to the library as well. Sizik going on a bit of a marketplace venture, while Owunul and Paloma ventured to the Waterwalt Monastery to meet one Master Elngale and do a little bit of training under his tutor. However, Evadin, you have branched off from the rest of our adventurers really upon arriving here in Oceavester, and it is now, as our party has retired for the evening at the Grand Pearl Hotel, that we find you as we pick up with our adventure a little bit earlier in the day, and we'll pick back up maybe as a conjoined venture in just a little bit. But I will welcome all of you to Chapter 6, Trails and Tides, Episode 2, Cascades and Curses. Well, Evadin, you are looking for something in particular after you did a little bit of research at the library. You actually were at the Collegium Tidal, saw Altrix come in, and chose not to say anything because you were in disguise. And after asking around a bit, searching for what you are particularly interested in, you are headed towards the Plaza de Fontaine, where you are at least know that this is the religious center, a religious hub of Oceavester. And as you are on your way here, a Neris setting on the eastern sky, you find yourself here in the plaza. A bit of a strange location given its nature. It is perhaps a neighborhood of medium-sized dwelling places, more of the middle class, if you will. But in the midst of it is a large circular opening gathering space, a cobbled path, and various fountains, accustomed with Oceavester and Hydroxylvexen's waterworks. are seen piping here, just in a general inviting and perhaps serene and meditative environment. And nestled within the neighborhood houses themselves are only slightly larger cathedrals and churches. Nothing like what you have seen in Bruntero, your hometown, and even not comparable to what was in Provenere. These are much smaller, but you still get the sense that the deities are represented here, just not nearly as profound as you expect them to be in perhaps other places that you have traveled. But, Evadin, how do we find you this evening?
From the understanding of the dream that she had, she will be looking around for kind of where, you know, the religious are laid to rest, and looking for maybe even a similar looking buildings that she would have seen in her dream for what she's looking for. And if she has a hard time finding it, we'll try to find like someone who looks like they know stuff, like a priest or something like that, and ask around.
Very well.
About where the dead lie.
Okay, very well. And as you do that, what is Evadin's? How is she feeling as she's searching for one in particular individual?
Well, I mean, let's see. What would she be feeling? I don't know if she'd really be. She would just be just you know, taking her time, like is just looking around, not like desperate or anything like that. Just the kind of like thinking about like what like she might have to do for like finding this person and like figuring out if like she's gonna have to, you know, do some breaking and entering or something like that, or I mean, like, it doesn't feel like she's at a dead end or anything, so she doesn't feel like hopeless or anything like that. She's just like a means to an end of just looking around.
Okay.
Probably a little uncomfortable, being that the religious areas they remind her too much of home.
I see. Very well. Looking in particular for a graveyard, a mausoleum of some kind, or even just a chapel where the dead are presided over funeral rites and laid to rest in this area. A little off the beaten and obviously paved streets here in the plaza, you find a smaller chapel. Its wooden beams have seen their fair share of wear and tear. Pieces are falling apart. You can see that the wood itself is rotting, the stone overgrown with mold or moss. And the building itself has seen its better eras. However, it becomes very plain and apparent to you that this is, if you're going to find what you're looking for, this is the place to do it, as a small graveyard is nestled at the back and side of this abbey, almost, and a small chapel, just 100 feet long, maybe 200 feet if you're lucky, and a little bit run down. The doors seem to be shut as you approach, and a single step up leads into that chamber as you approach.
Okay. Do the doors look like they're like chained together, locked, or is it just plain doors for now?
It does not appear locked, just that the doors are closed.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, then we'll open up the doors quietly as possible, of course, for old doors.
Okay, very well. Doing so quietly, go ahead and give me a stealth check as you pull the large doors open.
Is going to be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20, okay. As quietly as you can, you pull back the door, creaks ever so slightly, but you try to prevent it from squeaking any more than it has to. As you pull it open and enter into the chamber, it is dimly lit. There are torches on the wall, not sconces, but torches, actual fire. However, they are glowing a more of a soft golden hue than a just traditional orange and red flame. They are perhaps some incense burning, the scent of just that stale air kind of just penetrates the space as you step in, your lungs almost trying to hold its breath, but also embracing it as well. And you step into a chamber. Pews line both sides of a single central aisle, maybe 10, 15 pews at most, before they reach a pedestal elevated on another step, as this some kind of chapel chamber. From at first glance, even in the dimly lit space, there does not seem to be anyone present. Now you do see beyond this main chamber that there are side doors that lead off both the left and right side of this chamber, and also a single back door that leads past the pulpit area and perhaps into some other space.
Okay, is there anyone in here?
Does not appear to be.
Okay. Let's see. Does it look like this is like a worship area for like a specific deity or anything?
Yes, it does. This would 100% be the worshipping site of the Soul Matron.
Okay, well, I'll summon my Raven.
Okay.
I'll summon Crow.
That's
As I'm here and such like that.
Okay. Crow on your shoulder.
Yep. And then I'm going to, I guess I'll just kind of move to the back area. So there's 3 doors at the back, right? That's what
yes,
I'm hearing.
There's one off to the left, one to the right, and one that leads almost straight back beyond the pulpit.
Do any of them have any windows on them?
Not. They do not.
No. All right. I will. I'll try opening the back one.
Okay. You push through the back door. You can tell as you push through that it's a door that at one point in time could have been locked, but the lock is so weathered and broken that it is no longer functioning, as the door just kind of almost scrapes along the floor just a little bit, just leaving that trace feeling that the door is slightly off its hinges, the foundation shifting over millennia, perhaps.
Does this look like anyone ever comes here, the place?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. 23.
23. It does not look unused. It looks like occasionally someone frequents the area. You do note that the floors are swept and maintained. There's not much dust elsewhere. It just maybe every couple of days, maybe once a week, someone frequents the area, but it seems in disarray and long past its years.
Okay. Does it seem like it was super recently swept, or is it something that's like it's been at least like a day?
With the 23, it looks like it was swept within the last few days, not necessarily today.
Okay, means there might be someone coming around to sweep again.
For sure.
Anyway, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, of course. As you push through into the back room, this seems to be a morgue is a bit of a stretch. It seems to be more of a space where the body is prepared to be buried. It is a preparatory chamber. There are some urns of water that seem to be in this space. There are various boxes, a few tools here and there that are lined up on the walls. Everything is decently arranged, as best it could be, but there's nothing, no one in particular in this chamber. There is a few like wooden coffins per se that are kind of stacked up against the wall as if they are ready to be used by whoever so happens to need it next. The lids are off and open, and it is quiet in here. A single torch light illuminating the space.
Is there any doors?
There is not a door in this room.
Okay. We'll keep this place in mind. I'm gonna like exit and close the door.
Okay. You exit back into the central chapel area.
I'll go to the one of the doors on the side. Let's say the right one.
Okay. You head across the chamber, opposite of where you exit from this back room, if you will, and enter. It leads into a corridor that's not but 30 feet long at best. There seems to be a few rooms in here, as if a grieving family or a priest or priestess could stay. It's living chambers. Each of them are empty at the moment. And then there is one additional door at the end of the hallway that leads outside of the chapel and into the graveyard.
Okay. If opening the door to the outside, does it look like an area that is kind of like separated from like the front?
Yes. So there was a little bit of neighborhood clutter around the chapel from the front side. You could barely make out the iron fencing that's maybe a foot or two tall, traditional for graveyards. They're not trying to keep anybody out, just for more decoration purposes. But houses separating the main entrance from the actual graveyard itself. So it is a little bit separated, although you could walk around the chapel and get back to the front if you wanted to.
Okay. Is there any like mausoleums back here or anything like that where I'm like looking?
Yes, not in the immediate vicinity, but more if you were to walk a little bit to your left and around back of the chapel proper, there are a few overground mausoleums present.
Okay, well, before I do that, I'll go investigate the other side just to take a look, you know? You don't want to leave any stone unturned.
Okay. As you push to the other side, that door is locked.
Does it look like this one is a lot more well-maintained?
No, not particular. It just seems that this door is at least, the lock at least still works. It doesn't look sturdy by any means, it just is working.
Can I attempt to lockpick it then?
Sure, absolutely.
There's no one in here.
Okay.
Have Crow keep watch.
Okay, very well.
Okay. What do I roll for that again?
This will be a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
You'll add your proficiency modifier to that roll as well.
So wait. Do I just roll just sleight of hand and then add proficiency and dex to it, or is it
So it's your dex is already calculated in sleight of hand, and so you just add your proficiency to that number as well.
Yeah. So if I have expertise, I just use the number there.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
okay, then that's a 24.
24. Easy enough. The lock is not durable by any means. It's just a simple, like padlock with a key, and you open into the chamber. This seems to be an office space. Perhaps the main chaplain presides here, at least in their office. It is empty of any person, but it is well maintained. The only thing that is off-kiltering as you enter is that there is an hourglass that is sitting on the desk that has a crack in the base of it, and sand has poured out onto the desk proper and just fallen a little bit onto the floor. But that is the only thing of oddity in this office.
And I do like an investigation around the room to see if there's anything like, I guess any other like particular details that are off-putting.
Sure.
Other than the hourglass.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be a nice 25.
25. The hourglass seems to have broken from natural causes. Perhaps something durable hit the glass and it just broke. Doesn't seem like it was any signs of an intrusion by any means. As you glance around the room, the chamber again is decently maintained. It has been recently used with a 25, though perhaps several hours since anyone has been in here. This room, unlike the exterior, there's a little bit more dust in the chamber. Whoever is keeping up appearances outside does not afford them the same commodity on the interior. But as you glance around the chamber, and it's not a big office, maybe 15 by 10 feet or so, as you turn around, almost in lieu of exiting, you notice a relatively large painting that is or a portrait really, that is on the wall. And it is a giant, as large as you, raven that is pictured in there. And immediately you would take familiarity in recognizing this as the same raven that you have seen in your dreams, with its multiple frilled feathers that go up beyond its head, and the large black void that sits in that crest.
Okay. Well, I will leave and relock the door as I go.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I will maybe come back there later if I want to. And then I will head out to the back area where the mausoleums are.
Okay. As you exit the chamber, again, a narrow setting and casting the long shadows of dusk on the graveyard. You see one or two graves in particular that are freshly buried bodies, overturned soil, dating back to a week, maybe two ago, but still just the mound of dirt as grass and nature is slowly reclaiming its prowess here. Headstones, well-maintained, most of them polished, names still legible, as you begin to walk along just a slightly beaten footpath towards the mausoleum. The one that you're headed towards, at least. The largest one in the back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. It isn't, but...
do any of the mausoleums look familiar to my character from the dream?
They do not.
Okay.
They... I mean, a lot of mausoleums look the same. They're designed in very similar textures, so, I mean, familiarity in that regard, yes, but not so much as it's like, oh, this is identical. However, you are headed towards the largest of the three mausoleums. There are two smaller ones, one on either side of the main one, but the slight trail that you're following seems to lead towards this one in particular, the most visited, most likely. Evadin, as you step up the two stone slab steps and enter the chamber proper, there is a metal gate, metal bars, that, they're not locked. You just pull it open and step into that chamber, entering the mausoleum proper. There's a little bit of a skylight, as night light is kind of beaming slowly through the overhead clouds, the overcast. There are rows on both sides as you follow of the deceased, stacked 3 or 4 bodies tall. And as you walk further, there seems to be a small pedestal in the middle of this chamber, and a vase that sits upon it, though no flowers are currently put in this vase.
Okay. Does anything have any does the vase have any notable marks on it, like names or anything like that?
It does not. It is just a copper vase sitting on a stone pedestal.
Gotcha. Unfortunately, I do not have any flowers to give today. Do I have anything to actually put in the vase? Just checking real quickly. So the vase is empty?
Yes, it is empty.
Okay. Alright, cool. I'm gonna kind of just look at all the graves and see if I find the name that, what was the name? It was, Mortis Vale.
Okay. As you begin to scan over this catacomb, at first, it's subtle. There is a slight drop in temperature. As just beyond your periphery, the torchlight seems to grow just a little dimmer as a strong breeze just kind of blows through this mausoleum. You're not quite sure where and how that works, as there's only one entrance that you've seen, but you brush it off, at least the first time. But as it gets a little colder in this chamber, and the lights get a little dimmer, a little bit darker here, you come to realize that you are being watched. You just can't see who's watching you.
Do I find the grave that I'm looking for?
You do not. Quite a few deceased individuals, none with the headstone or grave title Mortis Vale.
Can I do any checks to figure out where I'm being watched from?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay, I will use guidance.
Okay.
Which I'm probably going to need. 12.
12. As you kind of glance over your shoulder around this chamber, not quite sure where it's coming from. It's almost like every time you turn, you just missed it. Like whatever was looking at you disappeared, and then a little later on, that feeling comes back. Just that sixth sense that something is presiding in this space with you.
Is Crow looking in any particular direction?
He's glancing around, but does not see anything in particular.
Okay. Can I start putting out the candles?
Sure. You want to snuff out the torches?
With yeah, I'm using like prestidigitation basically to go like the kind of like how like Dumbledore does it in the first movie of Harry Potter.
And one by one, the torches flicker out in this space, inviting its darkness on your behalf into this chamber. It is dark, besides the overhead light of the moon's prim and felrow, just gleaning down just a little bit into this chamber. But here in the darkness, you now feel the presence of someone else.
Who's out? Who's here? Who else is here?
The better question is, why are you here?
I'm seeking out an individual by the name of Mortis Vale.
And you have found me.
I had a dream where you told me to come find you, so here I am.
And it is as you are speaking this out that you don't hear footfalls against the stone beneath you, but you feel the presence of Mortis Vale, as he claims, in this chamber, drawing closer to you, but no steps. None that you can hear, at least.
Did the voice sound like the voice from the dream?
Yes.
Okay.
As it approaches, just in the dim moonlight overhead, maybe 5 feet in front of you, roughly the same height as you, is a figure cloaked in deep gray, almost black robes that look tattered and torn, and they drape over their face. There's a veil of just pure darkness. And it drapes down their body. You can't see their hands or their feet. It just covers their entire form. Almost like a ghost is floating in front of you. Although you know, and are more sensible than that is to be the case here.
Yeah.
I have questions for you, Evadin.
What questions?
Are you afraid?
No.
And I, as a dungeon master, will ask you, as the player, is that truthful?
Yeah. Evadin's not afraid. Evadin was told to come here.
Okay.
Evadin finds more comfort in the dead than the living.
You seek my guidance. But first, let me get to know you better.
Okay.
A question for you to answer. Who is the Soul Matron?
Evadin will take kind of a moment to like think it over a bit. Of like how like what is her answer to that type of question, because obviously it's not just asking like, oh, who is this person. It is more of a like she's taking it more in the metaphorical sense of like, who is this person to you.
Right.
I serve her, though not in the traditional sense as a cleric or paladin would, more in my own way. I enjoy following the way she operates, and find great comfort in the domain that she presides in, which is what led me to following her.
I see. I must ask, Evadin. You say you follow her. Do you commune?
Can I do like a history check to to figure out if what he might be meaning, or not a history check, religion check to figure out what he's meaning by commune?
Yes. Go ahead and roll a religion check for me.
Okay. That is going to be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. Very well. Commune as in regularly pray or engage in worship or some kind of act of actually communing with a deity.
I would say more than the average person does, but not to the point. I wouldn't say regularly fits that the vibe of the of how I follow her.
I see. Well, a question for you then. What is your desire?
Can I do like an insight check to figure out if he's meaning like the desire for meeting him or the desire in general? Like a more like overarching desire. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Okay, that's going to be a well, because I rolled bold 10, that's gonna be a 17.
17. I think with a 17, you get a bit of both to what he is inquiring you about. However, the nature of the question implies how you would take it. So, relying on my insight, I'm not sure which one he means. Perhaps both, perhaps neither. What does Evadin say in response?
I think I desire like freedom, I guess, would be the best way to describe that. Freedom to go how I please, do what I desire, do what I wish to do.
And what is the obstacle to that?
The most pressing obstacle right now is I'm stuck with a curse that makes it to where I need to consume the blood of others, and I don't really want to do that. At least not have to. I think it'd be cool to be able to when I want to, but not have to do it, otherwise I go not myself. It's not fun to not be able to control my my autonomy. And overall, the only other thing, one of the main other things shackling me is my family's history.
And so you run.
Yeah. I run. I know I'll have to confront it in the eventually, but I'll confront it when I feel I am ready to.
Very well. And in adjacence, what troubles you the most? Is it this affliction? Is it your family? Or is it something in itself entirely different?
I would say it is definitely related to family, but it's on a grander scale. A piece of history that is a part of Runtero
Your home. Yes.
that I fear may become more than just history and again with getting wrapped up in other situations. I worry that it is leading to more closely knitted to that history than I would desire.
I see. Do you see the Soul Matron as a guide to help you escape this prison? Or is it merely, or more truly, a devout devotion?
I'd say both is correct. Both a guide and devotion.
I see.
Maybe even as why the guide is why I devoted would be even more accurate to say.
Very well. Well, if it is devotion that you seek, an aid, at least an insight, I can provide. But if this is not your path, then I am of no service.
I believe it fits into my path.
I see. In that case, let me offer you advice, perhaps. A path to the resolution that you seek in your life. The first, you must focus. Focus on your life and contemplate the choices that have led you here and the choices you will make in the future. In regards to your affliction, is it a curse or a lesson? Perhaps both, perhaps neither. Second, you must acknowledge the cause of the course of life. You have pursued her here to the veil between life and death. Continue to pursue her and find untold experiences, or fall away and find another path. Third, reconcile your grievances, something you are already aware that must be done. Grievances to the Protector, your own blood, and your extended blood. A warning, do not waste time. Fourth, progress requires sacrifice, blood, life, labor, and time. At some impasse, will you be willing to sacrifice, or will you dare not let it go? Fifth and final, when all else is done, to rid yourself of said affliction, and to truly meet a resolution, you must meet the matron at her birth, and seek resolve on your own. For note, dear child, that these trials are not easy. The road leads on. But remember, you do not walk it alone. Only through brokenness will you find what it means to be complete. Visit when you'd like. Guidance we shall provide. But for now, ponder what you have heard and begin your resolution. And with that, the torchlight flickers back on beyond your control, and that shadowed figure is gone. And it is quiet and a little chilly here in the mausoleum.
Thank you. And Evadin will then leave the mausoleum.
Okay. As you head back out into the main graveyard, and once again into the chapel, and then back into civilization proper as you step back onto the Plaza Les Fontaines. Catching your eye in the distance, far across Oceavester from here, there is this pulsating blue glow that seems like a star to be glowing brighter and brighter. And then all of a sudden, just as you're stepping into the streets, a pulse, and then it is gone.
Can I do like an Arcana check to see what that was?
Sure.
Or
from a distance.
like
from
that?
a distance, I'll say at disadvantage, but you may certainly.
That's fair. That's fair. Wait. Okay. I'm sorry. I clicked on the thing on D&D Beyond to do it. Apparently there's now a thing called super disadvantage and super advantage.
Interesting.
And I'm like, I don't know where that came from, but that's funny. Disadvantage. Actually, not terrible. That's a 14.
14. It's hard to tell. Some kind of arcane burst, for sure. But unfamiliar with the area and unfamiliar with magic and not quite able to reach it at such a distance, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Other than some arcane pulse, you aren't quite sure what it could be beyond that.
Can I tell where it came from?
You
like
check
originated.
You check the map that you have and kind of cross-references it with your vision, and note that it must have come from beyond the Cascades Palace, past the massive castle and the Senate Hall, somewhere on the other side of the Dewdrop Steps.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Okay. With everything kind of in mind, Evadin is tired, has had a long day now.
Okay.
And is like, all right, well, I guess be heading back to where we supposed to meet up, which I don't remember if we mentioned where I was supposed to go. Assuming back where we left the horses or something like that.
You left the group even before the horses were dropped off at the stables, so you have not seen any of them since earlier today.
Gotcha. The only person I would have seen was Altrix. Gotcha. I just split off immediately. That sounds like an Evadin thing. That's absolutely what Evadin would do. Alrighty. Let's see, what can I do to find this? Okay, well. I guess with that in mind, I do need to find, otherwise I'm gonna start going crazy.
Okay.
I should just go up to a random stranger and be like, hey, can I have your blood? That'd be funny. And just see them just be like, no, and walk away. That'd be funny. Anyway,
That's how you get a wooden stake in your chest.
I will go to, well... I guess I'll tell Crow to go find them, and I will start looking around myself, and then Crow can
Okay.
come back to me whenever.
So you're just going to begin a search.
Yeah.
'Kay.
I mean, it's a big city, you know.
It's a big city. Lots to search for. Okay. Well, we will pan from the Plaza Le Fontaine, over to the Grand Pearl Hotel, where in the immediate aftermath of whatever arcane ritual Rancor has engaged upon, Paloma making sure with Owunul and Altrix that all is well, Sizik washing clothes still in the late hours of the evening, Altrix holding a flamethrower, but slightly disgruntled now as he is no longer pointing it directly at Rancor. Rancor, you are on your knees, sword in hand, on the balcony of the second floor here at the Grand Pearl Hotel. What is going on?
Rancor is just kind of doubled over, still holding on Ozen, who's stabbed into the ground. Just very low, dry heave as blood is just trickling down his face.
Okay.
Before he will try to stand up and then immediately fall over.
Okay. Altrix, you're here in the space.
I think his experiment was successful.
Paloma nods, leaving your judgment, and retires to the room to check on Sizik. Owenul, after dumping some healing into Rancor already, nods as well and heads back to their chamber, leaving just Rancor and Altrix and Ozen here in this bedroom.
I guess Rancor just kind of collapsed on the ground.
Yes.
I'll drag him back inside one of the beds.
Okay.
Ozen is stabbed into the, I'm assuming, stone floor.
Yes, outside. Although it's more like Rancor has Ozen in hand now, and it's no longer in the ground.
Okay.
I would left him stabbed in the ground.
Oh, you want to leave him stabbed in the ground? Okay, fine. He's still in the ground.
I will attempt to extract it from the ground.
Okay, give me a strength check.
Alright, can't wait to not do the... hold on, wrong
This is
die.
technically athletics, I should specify. Don't know.
Oh,
if
that's okay. It doesn't change anything.
Okay, I assumed, but...
Yeah. There was a time I had proficiency in athletics.
Was
And then... No.
Can't be as bad as mine.
Oh, shit. 16.
16. You tug, like Excalibur in the stone, and rent Ozen free, popping it out of the stone balcony.
I'll just, I'll just put it in... You know how every hotel has that chair just in the corner?
Yeah, of course.
I'll just put it across there. The cuck chair.
Okay.
You
Nope,
avoided saying
nope,
it,
we're
and
not
then
gonna
you just went and said it.
Nope, we're not going to
Yeah.
address it anymore.
Well, I don't know if Mason knows that term.
No, I understand. Okay, you place it in the chair. I got it.
And then I guess sort of without anything else to do, I will turn to my own matters. With my knowledge of runes, I will just go to begin rune carving within the combustion siphon.
Okay. Rancor, you are left alone in this hotel room. Ozen on a chair, and you lying on a bed, carefully placed there by your dragonborn friend.
I am unconscious.
Yes. Okay. Will you remain that way for the remainder of the evening?
Most likely.
Okay. In the other room, then, Sizik, Paloma, and Owenul have once again entered the chamber. You are washing clothes in the bathroom.
Just mine. Nobody else's. Just mine.
Of course.
What in the world was that racket, and why did you sprint over there?
Paloma and Owenul fill you in on the details of what happened in the other room.
Hmm. Is everything okay?
For more or less.
Good enough for me. How clean is it there at this point?
You've been cleaning for probably 10 minutes, so I would say they're well.
Perfect. I can hang them up to dry. And I don't believe that I have anything in particular that I needed to do, so I will just turn in.
Okay. Retiring for the evening, leaving all of you perhaps to fall asleep. And we cut back to Evadin, who is scouring the city streets. Why don't both you and Crow each make a perception check?
You're muted.
17 for Evadin, nat 20 for a 23 for Crow.
Okay. It takes you, because you're on the ground, a little while to even figure out where they could be, let alone where they actually are. However, Crow, just out of curious nature, with a natural 20, swoops across the central portion of Oceavester proper, flying over the dewdrop steps and checking out what could that blue pulse, what could it have been? And from the balcony, as Crow flies by, sees Rancor lying on a bed, and then in one room over sees Paloma, Owunul, and Sizik. And then when Crow returns to you after perhaps 45 minutes or so of searching around, finding and meeting back up with you once again, you recollect that this must be the location of the Grand Pearl Hotel, which in its own name sounds quite expensive.
Gotcha. Okay. So I guess I'll go over and I'll go find them and just kind of walk up to the. So I know where they are. So I go over to their place.
Okay.
That they're at.
All right. As you enter, now it is quite late by this hour, roughly 10 o'clock in the evening. Most citizens have already gone to bed as you pass by the nicer neighborhoods of Oceavester, where the more posh lifestyle is. But as you pass from neighborhood into a intentionally decorated park, where trees that look almost like cherry blossoms, but are instead a stark lazuli blue hue to them. But again, very similar to cherry blossoms, just not cherry. And the tower that is the Grand Pearl Hotel must be 8 or 9 floors in height, many open-air balconies on the exterior, relaying with Crow that this is where Crow saw your companions. You enter in the vaulted chamber, where a sea elf, female, known by the rest of the group here as Opalina Caithmere, the proprietor of the Grand Pearl Hotel, greets you. Well, hello, sugar. How could I assist you this evening?
Since Crow found them, I know which room they're in, right?
You do not catch the room numbers. You just know on the exterior which balcony they would be in.
Oh, I'm just here looking for my companions. They would have checked in earlier today. I know they're on like the exterior of the. They have a room with a balcony, so I was just gonna go. Do I know which floor they are?
Look to be floor 2 or 3.
Yeah, they're on like the second or third floor, so I was just gonna go find them.
I see, sugar. Well, could you describe your friends in a little bit more detail? We have quite the residence here for the evening, and I cannot, for security purposes, just let you into the building without having a room for the evening. If that's something you're interested in, however, that can be arranged.
And Evadin will go and describe the group since none of them. Well, I don't think I. Did any of them come in disguise like she would have?
You don't know.
Yeah. Evadin will for sure describe Owenul first to be like the most obvious one probably would have been Owenul. I wouldn't say Owenul, but like describe the person and like describe the the bird people.
Okay.
Anna, and then obviously Anna's character, and then Sizik, and then describes Altrix.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an insight check, please.
Okay. Make sure I'm not on my level 13 character for a different campaign. That's a 4, but I get, since it's a thingy, I get to 10, so that's a 17.
17. You notice in her demeanor that she recognizes, obviously, I mean, who couldn't, the group that you're describing and whatever chaos that might hold in itself. You can clearly tell that she is disappointed that she is not going to be able to sell you a room for the evening, as she was hoping to persuade you, at least, into buying one. However, with the 17, not necessarily trying to keep it from you. Ah, those people. Yes, I do, in fact, recognize them. You can find them upstairs on the 2nd floor.
Gotcha. Do you have a room number for specifics?
Yes. Now, Mason has forgotten if it was room 201 and 202 or 203 and 204. And so one of those, you will go and find those people.
She gives a number, and that's the one that.
Yeah, she says a number, and that's the one that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Well, thank you.
You have a good night.
What do you mean, those people?
Have a good rest of your evening.
And you follow a spiral staircase that leads around the interior core pillar, almost. That is basically a hollowed out space leading all the way up to the uppermost floors. But up on the 2nd floor, you easily find the 2 rooms that your party has shared.
Cool. I'll just knock on the first door. Dispel disguise self.
Okay. You knock on the first door.
Actually, no. I want to change my disguise self to who we doing? Who we doing today? I think it is funny to do Paloma.
Okay. You knock on the door as Paloma. I will really just quickly roll to determine which room you knock on. Okay. Rancor, you are passed out in the bed, and Altrix, you are inside the combustion siphon. But there is a knock at the door that you are both presiding in.
Go make a... Fine. I will leave the siphon to answer the door.
Okay. All right, you open the door, and Paloma is standing there.
I don't know if Paloma's already in the room. That's the funny bit. It's like, sup?
Can I help you?
And then Evadin is not gonna keep up for long, just because it's like we'll just undisguise self. It's like, hello, I'm checking in.
Okay.
Which
I think
room?
my question remains.
Well, okay, y'all are all here, are you not?
Yeah, but it's like, are you coming in or like?
Yes, of course. I'm. Well, I was gonna check which rooms everyone was in first.
Well, right now it's just me and Rancor in here. Then everyone else is just in the room down the hall.
Can I see Rancor pass the fuck out?
Just barely around the corner in one of the beds. Yes, Rancor is just.
And I assume this is where the arcane burst came from, right? Is that the correct? Because I think I looked over the map, and I think that's roughly where it would come from, right? Mason.
This is where Crow led you to, but you're asking
But-
Altrix, and if he doesn't want to answer, then that's his choice.
Oh no, I was
That's-
asking you as the DM, like if I knew that this is where it came
Okay,
from.
yes, this is the place that Crow led you to.
Okay, I'm like, I assume that has to do with the arcane burst I saw earlier.
Not really sure. I think so.
Well, it was either you or him. So, unless you did something, and the one of you is passed out. So, oh, and Ozen's in the floor, isn't it? Right?
Ozen is in the chair, just beyond your
Ozen's in the
view
chair.
currently.
Okay. Okay, I thought it was in the floor. Okay, cool. Like, alrighty, well. I'm assuming the other room is pretty full with everyone else in it, right?
I mean, they're supposed to accommodate 4.
Who's all
But-
here?
Again, it's just me and Rancor in this one, and right, at least as far as I'm aware, just Sizik, Paloma, and Owunul is in the other.
Where's Pura?
Not sure. Kind of ran off about the same time you did.
Hmm. Okay. Gotcha. Well. So 3 in that room, 3 in this room. I want to stay in a room separate from my brother. I've spent enough time in a house with him.
Oh,
So
oh,
I'll stay in this room if y'all don't mind.
got a free bed. Where'd you run off to?
I had some business to take care of.
Okay, well, that doesn't answer my question. I guess I'll just.
What's up? Sorry,
Oh,
could you repeat that? You lagged out a minute.
I'll just attend to my business then. Just saying, for here and being hunted down, being a little more open where we're going might help, especially if it doesn't return or something.
Well, I wasn't quite sure where I was going when I left, so kind of hard to tell y'all where I was going.
All right. Well,
I have a map,
I have
by the
some
way,
work I
of
need to
the
get done.
city, so I'm assuming y'all already have one, but if you don't, I got one.
yeah, we took care of that.
Cool.
Okay, Evadin, you enter the chamber. Altrix closing the door. Is there anything this evening that anyone wishes to take care of before we move towards the next day?
I will spend a significant portion of the night rune carving.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, before
Now-
Altrix goes into the thing. Oh, Altrix. I have a
Yes?
thing I think would be cool to have. It's and then
Okay.
one second. It's called I believe it's called this. Wait, what? Oh, it's. What is it called? I had it. I know I messaged you about it a bit ago. That's like I'm trying to remember what it's called. I always forget what I'm trying to find it again. 1 second. Because it's a common magic item, but it seems cool. So it's called the Blast Stick.
That's a
Here.
unspecific name.
I'm putting in general what it does. If it didn't copy, great. Thank you, game. Or thank you, book. Here we
Evadin
go.
is describing a stick of dynamite.
That's literally what I was gonna say.
No.
It's like a
It.
I know.
Okay.
Stick of dynamite.
There we go. Does this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the costs. It's like super cheap. That's why I was like, it might be fun to have. And also, I think a good like ranged weapon that Evadin could use.
I am unfamiliar with something like this. But I guess I could attempt. I
I was more wondering what type of materials you would need.
uh I not really sure. I'll have to look into the matter. Um Again, I'm sorry. I've just spent a long day.
That's fair. I
And
feel you on that.
I can add this to my log and I'll get back to you on it.
Yeah. Just let me know what I need to get you, and I'll get it for you.
All right.
Altrix, you're going to
Then
work
I'll-
on rune carving.
Yes. So I have made a very big oversight.
Uh-huh.
I have in just now, as I messaged you, found out that if I place a rune upon an item I already have attunement to, it does not get. I don't get to double dip on the attunement. It counts as a separate attunement.
Right.
Meaning I have no reason to place it specifically on the siphon. Meaning I guess I'll just begin rune carving on my armor.
Okay. I think you probably started rune carving on the siphon.
I have not started.
I feel like you were like getting ready to trace, and then you were like, it suddenly dawned on you, and you like had to check your book really quick. And then it was like, oh, wait a minute, this doesn't quite work out like I thought. That's okay. And so you will spend time in the combustion siphon carving on your armor. Very well.
Yes.
All right.
Rest in peace, Ring of Mind Shielding.
Oh well. Anybody else this evening? Task they wish to accomplish.
I do have to get my usual blood siphoning from Paloma, but
Well,
other than that, that's the only thing.
Rancor's asleep. I'm not saying
Evadin,
I'm not saying you should.
you know,
but
look, Evadin is a person who believes in consent.
that is a good
So,
response. Congratulations on
Paloma has already consented to it, and I know Rancor does not, and he's not in a position to consent, and thus.
He is bleeding like on the pillow. So
Oh, there's just blood actively?
I mean,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
sourced from his eardrums.
Ew, it has earwax in it. I don't want that blood.
And the nose.
Oh, and the nose.
And
yes,
mouth.
yes. And mouth.
Ugh.
Yes. Every facial orifice.
I don't know where that blood's been. I'm gonna go do the other one.
I don't know where that blood's been. Raw. Okay. Love it.
That is actually something though that I am curious on, and I'm gonna ask. I guess I should wait to ask Paloma this when Anna's here, because I was gonna ask if I had to store vials of blood, would it contain the same power to do things? And so that's what I'm now gonna have some, because the idea I have is like if I siphon the blood now when she's perfectly fine, I can then have basically on the go healing potions. And then also I could then figure out other
That might be a
methods.
question to wait until Anna is returned. But if you go to the other room and get one little supply of blood to satiate the craving.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you just gonna bite?
Well, I mean, I go up Paloma. I talk to Paloma like I normally would and be like, "Hey, blood," and we just do the thing.
You need Altrix for that.
hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you do syringes. I assume you probably would have just given the syringe at this point.
I don't think so.
No.
They're expensive, dude.
It's the same syringe you stabbed into my fucking spine.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I forgot that's how we did it. Evadin would ask you for the syringe to do this.
I really want to make these crafting checks.
Rancor's noseblood it is.
You really are not. You're just gonna be that type of person today.
He is inside the siphon, so he cannot speak back to you. He can just hear what you're saying.
I can tell that he's. I think like at this point I can just tell that he's not coming out. He's not giving it to me. I was like, you're so lucky. Your blood is like basically electric poison for me. Ay ay ay. Well, if it's already out there, we'll just like is going to at the very least like take some of the dripped blood and just try it.
Okay.
Since it's already.
Yes, kind of scooping it off of the upper like collar of Rancor's shirt, and also the pillow that Rancor is laying upon. You will say there's enough, not a lot, but enough to satisfy the craving, at least for this evening. And it does not have any ill effects.
I thought that wasn't there something else that it had as a tiefling, or is it a?
This
I don't know.
This one is just normal. So
Okay, tiefling is just normal.
Yes. So you heal a d6.
Probably helps that you are a tiefling.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, so I heal a d6, which is fine. Oh, I forgot I'm down HP. Did I? Am I actually? Okay, I am down still the modifier. Am I still down the modifier, or is that
You.
Yeah.
Yes, your maximum hit points are still reduced.
Reduced. Okay. Ay ay ay. What a pain. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
So you're telling me Paloma's blood gave her a special bonus. Mine blood's just
No,
meh.
it's the same thing.
No, I did not give any.
I thought hers
D6
gave
of
you
HP.
some.
No, just a d6 of HP.
No.
And technically, you don't take any damage with this one because I took it afterwards.
Oh
which
no, I took plenty of damage. Don't worry.
I took the damage earlier though, but like, yeah. Yeah, but then we'll then go to sleep after that, just because she's she'd probably stay up a little bit, like just thinking, but like she's still resting.
Okay.
Has Crow watch.
Okay. Very
The
well.
room.
And with that, if everybody retires for the evening, we will jump to the 47th day of the month of Alias, approaching the end of the month. Here as dawn beams through the western facing windows. Yes, Owens will do your crafting checks. Give me a second. But before that, Altrix, would you like to rune guard?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. How many checks do I get?
How much sleep are you getting in comparison to how much time you're going to spend awake rune carving?
I will carve.
No sleep. Okay. In that case, you get a full, we'll say 10 hours worth.
Okay, I
so-
can do it. All right. So let's see here. I get to. Believe it or not, I get to add my calligraphy bonus to this.
Nice.
I'm not sure how that works, but okay.
It's
Just
calligraphy.
writing the rune.
I thought he's carving the rune.
Well, it's there's many different forms. Rune carving is the ancient tradition. Rune scribing is academic, which is this genre of rune he's making. So, I get to add intelligence plus proficiency from calligraphy, as well as a +3 from having studied under whatever his name was, Dr. Brackett. All right, first check. That is a success with
Okay.
a 18.
Okay.
Second check. Success. Third check. A nat 20, so just a success.
Okay.
Fourth check. 9 plus 8. Yeah, that's success with a 20. Last check. 17 dies.
Okay. Very well.
And that actually completes the rune.
Okay. You successfully inscribed the power rune onto, I guess, your armor, unless you're just drawing it outright.
It is on my ice steel half plate, yes.
Okay. Very well indeed. Okay, well. With that, we will move again into the actual morning. Here it is dawn on the 47th of the month of Alias here in Oceavester, and, well, it's really just Oceavester. As you all...
Morning?
Yes, as you all awake in the morning...
Epic.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my Weaver of Destiny in the morning when I get up.
Okay.
Do my... Get rid of bye-byes, roll my 2d20, see what I get. Hopefully not a
The same
16.
thing.
God, if I get... No. These two. We're gonna roll these two.
3 times in a row, man. Come on.
Alright, 3 and 11. Okay. That's just advantage on 2 skill checks. That's cool. Okay. I'll keep those in mind. Great. Good. Great. Wonderful. Continue.
Okay. I'm continuing. Alright, you've got those. Anybody else, as you awake this morning, what is your plan?
Rancor will get up eventually around, like, I'd say 10 a.m.
Okay.
Very disoriented, wondering where he is. I take it Altrix is in the siphon still at that time.
Sure.
Evadin's up, just writing in. I feel like she's just kind of writing in a notebook right now.
Your face no longer has blood on it.
Did she wipe me clean?
Something
no.
like
That sounds very horrible.
No. There's still some dried blood on both your face and also the linens that you were laying on. No.
What happened?
Hello. I don't know. When I got here, you were like fully collapsed and such like that.
And where'd you go?
I had some business to take care of.
That doesn't really answer my question.
Oh, that's what Altrix said.
Where is Altrix? And the
The
others?
usual. Probably up all night crafting stuff again.
And why do I taste blood?
I don't know. You were basically a bunch of bleeding after the last night. I will let you know. I wasn't. Altrix was being a pain in the butt and wouldn't help me get Paloma's blood, so I took some of the blood that was already out of your body.
Why was there blood out of my body?
I don't know. There just was. They were bleeding all over the pillow and such, so I took some of it.
So you drank my blood?
Yeah. Didn't touch you other than the taking it out of the stuff that was out of the body already.
That doesn't make it okay.
Would you rather me go raging around trying to instead and just
Don't
chomping
give me
into your
that
neck?
shit right now.
You look like you need a drink.
I need to know what the fuck happened.
Oh.
Was my connection severed with Ozen at all during that?
The time that you were unconscious, yes, it was.
Would it still be now, or is it back up?
It's like almost like static. That's like slowly like reconnecting.
I will, like a blind man, kind of search around for Ozen.
As you stumble across the room, sure.
Do you need help?
I'm not feet. I'm fine.
Okay. Your
And
choice.
you don't even need to roll insight. That is a complete lie.
Evadin won't help if you're not gonna ask for it. I mean, Evadin's just like, okay. But I think Crow is going to send Crow to like push the sword a bit to make some noise.
Okay, how much can Crow push? We're talking about a full sword. It weighs about 7 pounds.
I think Crow has enough strength to be able to do that. You know,
Maybe
7?
knock it off if it's already like off balance.
Yeah, I'm.
Hex the blade, make noise.
It's it's lying fully on the chair.
How much is the push weight again? How does push weight work?
Push is going to be double the strength score. No, that's not correct. I'm sorry.
I was like, isn't it 5 times?
No, that's what encumbrance is.
Okay.
It's 15 times the strength score, technically.
For push?
Yes.
Ah, okay. I can, yeah. I mean, I have a
Okay.
strength score of 2 for Crow, and then so that's 30.
Okay. Is it just enough to just as it just kind of clanks on the stone floor?
And then Crow will fly back over to me.
I said I didn't need any help.
I didn't help you.
Whatever. I will go and retrieve Ozen.
Okay.
What happened?
Are you asking Ozen?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't sure who you're talking to. Okay. As you pick up Ozen and reconnect with that bond, there is a sense of enlightenment that kind of hits you, coming from Ozen, not necessarily from you. Before there is almost an audible sigh, that you haven't heard before from Ozen, but it's almost like telepathically, through that connection, there is a sigh, a deep inhale before preparing to defend or answer whatever happened. Well, you see, you, Rancor, pushed myself beyond the bounds of the arcane nature that sustains me, whatever that means. I'm just now understanding these words in their coherency. And something happened as a result of that. And I'm pretty sure it almost killed you.
I feel like I'm dead. What? Why do you sound so much more sophisticated?
You have pulled some repressed and locked away memories inside of my mind?
But like, what did I do? I don't remember.
Right, of course.
Apparently there's blood on my face, and
Yes, you were
I
bleeding
passed out.
quite heavily at the time. Nonetheless, it's hard to describe, but you took the runic inscription of my form and projected it through our telepathic connection so that I could evaluate the runes you were seeing on myself. A sort of inception, if you will. Which is either foolish or ingenious, but maybe some combination of both. That is probably true.
So, next time I try and analyze you, don't do that unintentionally.
Right. I think you engaged in some kind of arcane rite, and this is the result.
You say you remember stuff now?
Not everything. There are still repressed memories beyond my grasp, hazy visions that I see inside my conscious. Do I have a conscious? That is a question for another time. However, yes, I do remember something. Well, more than one thing in particular. But, and this is a question for me. Did you ask Owens about the clay arm? Has there been a point that you've discussed that with him?
No.
Okay.
Because I think anytime I was looking that stuff up,
Okay.
last session I dropped a connection with him.
Okay. Yes, I recall quite a few things about my existence prior to meeting you. Anyway, you look like you could use another evening of rest, but it is dawn.
I'm not sure where to go from there. What kind of things do you remember?
It's a little hazy, but there are a few names that have some kind of significance to me. I remember traveling across desert. I was with a woman at the time. She wielded me with fear, was it? And then it's hazy once again, and then I find myself on a ship, sailing. Where I am, I do not know. And then it haze again, and then I find myself in a barrel. Someone dropped me in a barrel, and they did not clean off my hilt. I am perturbed, but forgiving. And then I find Aurel, and I am in a cart. And then I meet you. And then I think you know the rest.
Do you find Aurel, or does Aurel find you?
I don't know yet. I'm still figuring that out.
Are you able to know how long ago those memories are? Are they recent, or...
That is a deep question. Weighted is the word they call it. Yes and no. There are some memories that seem more recent and some that seem far older, and I would reckon that, since I can do that, that they are, some of them are ancient, actually.
So, what about the woman carrying you in the desert? Is that an ancient...
I don't know. I don't know individual memories and placing timelines on such memories, but I just know that through the span of my own existence, oh my, that my memories extend far beyond I originally thought. I wasn't even capable that I was thinking. Or was I?
You seem to be having a blast with this new perspective.
No. Not a blast. I am having a shockwave of memories flooding my senses at once.
Didn't Aurel tell me that he took you from a vault?
Yes, I recall that being the case.
But your last memory before Aurel was being dirty and in a barrel.
Not necessarily. I'm not sure if there's a chronological, my apologies. I'm not sure there's a chronological order to the memories that I just recited to you. I believe they are more of a pictures as they appear could be in any order.
Okay.
If it's any consolation, I do not believe Orel was lying when he said he took me from a vault. I think the timing is the omission, but it is not a lie.
Okay. Hey, Altrix, are you awake in there?
After a moment, Altrix will emerge.
Okay, Altrix, as you're doing that, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Sick. You said saving throw, right?
Yes, I did say saving throw.
Okay, okay.
I would say guidance, but Rancor is not in the position to give you guidance right now.
All right. That's a 10.
A 10. That is a failure. You are exhausted, and such. You have a point of exhaustion because you have not slept.
Sleep is for the weak.
And now you are
A small
weaker.
price to pay for power. All right. This is coming out. Yeah. What?
I can't see you, but you look like shit. Which is coming a lot from how I feel. What's the agenda for today?
Walk around, figure it out.
Okay.
I mean,
I-
the whole point of us being here is to just kind of look for clues of whoever the bad guys are.
Oh,
Then we
right.
find them and follow them.
Speaking of that, while we were out on our field trips yesterday, I did do some research, and unfortunately, unlike Provonere that had no records of underground caverns, Oceavester Hydroxyvection has a fuckload of underground caverns and tunnels. So I don't know if they do have some sort of base or operation here. I don't know how the best to be to look for it
Okay.
if they are underground.
Are they charted? Is there a map?
Did I find a map?
No. You did not find a map, per se. More like
Blueprints, diagram.
Yeah, more like a series of blueprints and diagrams and engineering plans and the like. But when I say some, I mean like thousands upon thousands of them that have just been overlaid and stacked. And again, as we discussed last session, it is almost impossible to tell the accuracy of any of those maps in particular, given that they have been redrawn, erased, drawn over. Parts could have been skipped, things unknown run into, and so on and so forth. And so it's, the pits from the underground caverns that may have existed in one map don't exist in the other. But instead another structure, perhaps a pipeline, runs underground through that area. And so it's difficult to tell what is true in these overlays and what is not.
Okay.
I didn't
Well-
find any maps, but I found some schematics or blueprints. But there was a lot of them, and they did not seem very accurate. They were all over the place. Many have been edited and changed a lot,
Okay.
but there is at least some documentation.
All right. Well, back in Provonere, they carved out a massive section underground for their facility. They did that not because they wanted to, they do that because they have to. They need
Can I-
space.
Can I make a history, or I guess maybe nature survival check to know if that cavern, was it natural, or was it it was artificially carved out.
Yes. Typically, I would not make someone roll for that. However, as a blind person who is not able to see it, you are relying solely on your understanding of how caves work. So that one, I will make you roll a nature check.
Right. And is it nature or survival? I always get the two mixed up.
This is a nature check. Survival is more
Mason?
if you are trucking through the woods and trying to survive.
I guess while he's doing that, I will ask, do I know if it was natural or man-made?
I'll answer that in a second.
Okay.
I will give myself guidance.
Okay.
Hey, Mason, can I get a reroll on
No,
that?
unless you have an inspiration point, which I don't believe you do. But
I do, because you gave
Can
me
I give
one.
him a help action?
no.
You did
If you
give me
want-
inspiration.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's true. If you want to use your inspiration point, you can. If not, then we'll take the roll as is.
You don't need to use it on this.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Okay, what do you
That's
roll?
That's a nat 1 for a total of
Okay. Natural 1.
4.
You've seen a lot of caves in your lifetime.
No, I haven't.
Has he?
But let me finish. You have seen a lot of caves in your lifetime. However, all of them, for the most part, predate you losing sight. So they are all from when you were just a wee boy. And your
Hasn't seen
recollection...
the new model caves.
Yes, and your recollection of said caverns and how they function is a long, distant memory at this point. You have no idea what kind of space you walked into. It could have been a iron box underground for all you know, or it could have been a beautiful cavern, but either way, you did not see it and do not remember. Altrix, to answer your question, you have been in a few caves, perhaps, during your lifetime. However, the cave specifically regarding the Bright Shadows underground drug factory, the alchemical dungeon, if you will, there were hints of natural cavern to that. There's the giant split in the floor was a actual fissure that had opened up, but the rest of the chamber had seemed to have been carved out, and rather in a hurry too, because there were quite a few cave-ins that you remember, but a mixture of.
So it was drastically enlarged.
Yes.
Well, here's the deal. They found a place that was hidden, and they turned it into their facility, and they had to do quite a bit of work. Now, if they want to do a similar thing here in Oceavester, they would likely start with a place that's already rather open. So if we could probably narrow it down to the list of the larger underground structures, if we can find records of those.
Like, on average, how many large caverns are at least comparable to what we saw before? Did I see on the schematics?
Large caverns, in comparison to what you saw before, so decently large. At least 50.
So I saw at least 50. You know, give it a grain of salt whether or not any of those are accurate or actually exist. But unless we just go on a field trip, I don't know if we could just narrow down all of them.
Well, if we can look into further details regarding those sites, what's around it, if they're well explored, accessible, we might be able to narrow it down a bit further.
Did you ever get a chance to, what was it? Cross-reference the acid and stuff we found in that cave and the drugs they used?
Yes, they are of similar alchemical mixture, and many ingredients from that cave were used in the creation of FSD.
I have two hypotheses. Hypothesize?
The correct is hypotheses, as Osen chimes in.
Thank you, Ozen. He says out loud.
My name is Altrix. I say, having also said that.
What That's weird. Do you think you could? Option 1, I think. Do you know if you'd be able to track, or I don't know if track's the right word, but like find, since you know roughly what to look for, residue or something from that chemical, or the components of it, to maybe find, if assuming they're making the same stuff here.
I mean, it's not like this stuff just kind of, leaks out somewhere.
Well, but they had a large-ish workforce there, and even if
Yes.
they have a good sanitary procedure, I don't imagine they'd be able to be perfect with it and would probably track some of it out.
Yes.
But that's only assuming they are
Large work.
only assuming they make the same stuff here. Because
Okay.
what's so funny?
I might be able to get in with it. As you said, there's a workforce, and based on our last experience, they are expendable as far as they are concerned. And I'm assuming they are typically in need of replacements, right?
I don't see, but I see where you're going with this.
So,
But
if they are in need of those with more alchemical, um, what's the
but
word?
I
Proficiency, and say there was a new trader coming into town with said alchemical proficiency, perhaps they might approach them in an effort to
possibly,
recruit.
but they know who we are. At least Evadin and myself can disguise ourselves. Although I don't know how well that'd be good, considering
Well,
but
uh,
they see you, and assuming that the white bitch told them all about us, then you would be probably killed or tortured or worse.
perhaps. But I will add, they do not have my exact image, as we discovered in the hut outside Provenere. And in my brief travels around the city, there are quite a number of other Dragonborns in and around, especially the Collegium. I don't think just another blue Dragonborn would raise any suspicion.
Maybe, but they'd be on high alert for someone who looks roughly like you or us.
I walked into uh I I've stumbled into several other uh Dragonborns, including another blue Dragonborn who lives here, I suppose. I guess. Yeah. I mean, they work here, they have to live here. I'm getting caught up in things. Again, a they know us as a group, but if there were only one out on their own, perhaps it might be a good way of gathering info.
I suppose. But that's all on the hope that are making that same drugs or chemicals here. My
I
other
mean,
thought,
perhaps
but
not the same stuff, but I would assume similar. The components we found within the Provenere site was only partial of the creation of FSD. And if they are willing to establish such a large operation, it can be assumed that they are kind of in it for the long haul, so to speak.
okay, that seems reasonable to assume. My other thought was, I I wasn't able to see them, but they dropped bombs or something from the airships with the chemical or FSD in it.
Yes,
Do you think maybe we could, if they maybe manufactured the bombs here or something?
perhaps. Again,
Finding
if there was a perhaps at the Collegium, if I were to make it known, my proficiency with tinkering and alchemy, perhaps they might see that as a prospective employee.
It's not a horrible idea. It's just very... There's a lot of ifs.
Well,
Evadin, what do you think? Also, maybe we should get the others and talk, let them in on this.
I think I saw, or at least heard Paloma leave for training this morning, so...
Oh. Sizik, are you... Sizik!
Would you
We
like
can
me
just
to
go
get them?
across the hall.
Yeah.
We go across the hall.
Yeah, for sure. They go down the hall about 30 feet and into another room. Sizik, you are the only person in this chamber still.
Yeah, I'm on the balcony doing calisthenics.
Sure. As both Owenul and Paloma have left to go what you can only imagine to be the training with Master Elmgale.
Morning,
Oh.
Sizik.
Oh, good morning. Nice to actually see somebody. I didn't know everyone was awake. Ah, Evadin, you're back. Though, let me be honest, I do not care where you went as long as you were not causing trouble. I do have something for you.
Oh?
And I kind of walk over to my backpack. Here, I pull out a box. Set it down in front of you. Open.
I open the box.
It's a
Make a
bunch of
dexterity saving throw.
yes. Everybody make a dex save. It's a fireball.
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's a bunch of spices, like a bunch of like exquisite kind of all over spices from all over the place. If you want, you can add the set of spectacular spices to your inventory.
That's correct.
I love how strangely threatening that was for a child with a deep accent going up, dropping a box down and saying, open.
Open the box.
Yes.
Open the box, see what happens. I dare you.
Small one box can has 10
So-
uses. You can use one use the spice to change the flavor of 1 cubic foot of organic material to any flavor you wish. Doing this makes
Organic material, so like
organic material digestible.
Any
If
food.
it isn't already, the
it said organic material.
delicious and disgusting flavors can be created with this kit. Spice themselves are harmless. If the flavored material is poisonous or diseased, you gain advantage. Just ooh, this is cool.
So anyways, if we go
Thank
with
you,
that
Sizik.
idea, Altrix, how would we go about getting the word out that the supposed esteemed alchemist tinkerer is on their way and not make it sound so suspicious?
I guess at the Collegium, many academics might find themselves there. I guess if it was just some sort of... I don't know. We'll figure out the details at some point.
I
Yeah,
feel
it was
like
just an idea.
Kind of our next step is trying to get kind of in contact or discover the whereabouts here. So I don't know how much time we have to work over the details and as opposed to other things.
Tell you what, I have some business at the Collegium, aside from any
What's the Collegium again?
trickery.
Collegium
I just-
is the very large green buildings. It's number 14 on the map.
Yeah, it's the college.
Yes.
So, did you folks have a reason for coming into a room, or are you just in here to chat with each other?
So we're trying to get an idea of what to do next, and I was hoping everyone was here, but looks like it's just you.
And I still have no idea what we're doing here. I'm just kind of along for the ride.
And
We
simple
are
to-
looking for bad guys to stop them.
And how might you go about finding a bad guy?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
So
Not
we
like,
kn-
why
we
don't
have
you make them come to us, right? Draw them out. Instead of trying to find them, why not make them come to us?
Well,
that's
let's
not a
let's entertain the idea. How would we go about doing that?
Well, whoever these bad guys are, they are the same people I assume that had the informative on us, yes? Back at the man you call Tony's home, or whatever that was, uh, is same people. So clearly they know about us. Just make your presence known. Would they not want to come and find you if they knew that you were here?
Or they'd
may-
actively try to avoid us.
is
Or
They
they'd ambush us. And we wouldn't be
Yes,
ready.
but we are that is what we want. We want them to come to us. In ambush, sure, but you prepare for ambush. You know it's coming.
you can't prepare for
way-
an ambush unless you know when and where. They could the city is massive. They could ambush us anywhere at any time.
That's why you never let guard off. Guard down?
I appreciate your enthusiasm, Sizik.
I am just giving ideas since you guys
No,
are
it's
busy
again
It's not,
not
a terrible,
terrible.
idea,
guessing.
but it's an idea that would not.
Let's
would not be
explore our
first
other
choice.
options.
Which are
Altrix is thinking about making himself known as a accomplished chemist, alchemist, tinkerer, or whatever, in hopes that they'll hear about him and then want to come and recruit him to work for them, similar to those workers that we had seen in the Bright Shadows cave dimension thing. The only issue with that is how do we get his name out?
that is
Or
also
that's
a highly specific and, let me be honest, slightly im import no impro
improbable.
that one, yes, improbable situation, because there's nothing to say that they have any sort of creation operation here.
We we know from some early info we got that they have some connection here. Don't know if that's another production facility.
So why
Or
would you pretend to be someone who would need to be recruited for production facility if you don't even know if that is what is here? It seems a bit of a
In
huge
either
long
case,
shot.
I mean, even if they don't have anything here, they might be looking to build a new facility to replace the one in Provenary.
You are, I think the phrase is, you are reaching, but you do you. I could care less.
Again,
As
it's
long as job gets done, I guess.
not.
A quick pause, really quick, on this conversation. Evadin, what have you been
Pause.
doing while these three are conversing here in this chamber?
Me?
Yes.
Just kind of listening into their conversation and just kind of just like,
Sucking down nose candy.
yeah, kind of still a little more focused on the other stuff going on, like this, like the things that we're thinking about.
Okay. If that's the case, and you're just listening, as you say, what is your passive perception?
Passive perception.
2
Well,
million.
Crow. I also know Crow is here. Crow also
Yeah.
has the passive perception. It would.
I will take that as well.
Crow's is 13. Mine's 11.
11. Okay. The other three companions here are preoccupied by the conversation they are having. You
What
do
about
not-
Ozan?
You no, Ozen doesn't count. As he is feeding him. It's what matter.
Yeah.
Evadin, you actually don't hear anything. Crow, however, alerts you that there are voices. One predominant voice coming from outside the room and echoing kind of from the central chamber with the high vaulted ceilings. And that would not strike you as odd, per se, except Crow seems to have some kind of concern that is expressed through this telepathy to you.
Can I go into Crow's hearing and such so I can hear what they're saying?
Yes, it's too muffled to actually make out the full detail of the conversation. However, a very pronounced voice of a male seems to be conversing, and more so, even less conversing and more demanding something from beyond this chamber.
Were there any windows that Crow could go through to like observe?
There are only the exterior balconies. There's the door into the hallway if you want to actually step out into the main chamber.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. You don't let me just summon things across the door, unfortunately. But okay. So I have Crow. Is there like a keyhole or a peephole type of thing, like like in other hotels?
With a natural 1, I'm going to say no. They haven't invented peepholes yet.
Dang. But is there like a keyhole I can look through?
There is a keyhole, but it's the common misnomer. You can't actually see all the way through a keyhole.
It depends on the key.
Yes, not these keyholes, as that would be a violation of your privacy.
Okay. Do I know where it's coming? Whether is it directly outside the door?
No, it seems to be, again, only with a 13. It seems to be coming from just beyond the space, not necessarily directly on the other side of the door.
Can I open the door, like, while they're just still distracted talking, I'm gonna, like, slip over, open the door slightly.
Okay. And you catch the, again, echoing voice, and only echoes because of this cylindrical open drum that leads up to all the floors. Catch a voice, likely coming from downstairs. Miss Caithmere, I will not repeat myself again. You will let me know where that burst came from. I can see it all the way from my estate window, and I demand, by the full authority vested in me, by the power here of the Senate, I demand that you explain what that arcane burst was.
I am the Senate.
And then the voice that openly indicating that all of you have spoken to, or Evadin that you recognize from the night before, the proprietor of the hotel. Oh, Senator, darling, I mustn't. I cannot. And catch a pause in what she's going to say before the voices go silent almost for a second, and it's more of a whisper amongst each other. And she then picks up again with normal volume speaking. Oh, yes, Senator, I will absolutely show you upstairs. 2nd floor, please follow me. And
Can I put, like, Crow... Oh, I guess no, I was like, okay. I will send Crow to the other room.
Okay.
Through the window, and I'm gonna be like, alright, I'm gonna interrupt y'all. We have a guest here for someone who created an arcane burst.
Who?
I look over at Rancor. I'm like,
your experiment from last night.
Yeah, that's it.
I wasn't conducting an experiment.
Either way, Crow is gonna go take a look and try to take a look.
Is it Rancor? Last night, what were you doing?
I don't know.
Awesome. That means we will not hold up in any questioning. We need to not be here. Who else wants to participate in an experiment?
Hey.
When Evadin opened the door, was I able to hear them at all, or no?
Not with the distraction of the conversation you're currently having.
I have a passive perception at 13.
I know, but no.
It is one of those things where it's like you have it's a higher DC for you because you're in active conversation.
I know. It's me trying to get brownie points.
I'm like, look, I don't. It's some senator here. I don't know Oh, did I get the name?
You did not. It's just a senator.
It's like some senator. Either way, pretty sure the front desk woman took a bribe or something like that, and is
Again,
leading him
should
this way
we not be
immediately.
here?
I do not say we
Maybe?
did nothing
I
wrong.
don't know. I agree. We did nothing wrong,
I don't-
and well, we wanted to get attention somehow. What's a good way to get attention? Is an arcane burst.
Look, if you are that worried, just hide. What are they going to do to me?
What I was gonna say was.
Plus, I am
maybe-
an excellent liar.
Can I make a perception check to hear if I hear footsteps coming? To
Sure.
know whether or not we need to shut.
Yeah, now that you're actively listening in for whatever this unannounced visitor may be, sure, go ahead and give me a perception check. In fact, let's do a group perception check here.
It was just now that I considered. Hey, wait, they're on their way up. Probably. Maybe we should shut the fuck up.
For me, that's a dirty 20.
Okay, 20.
I love rolling a 19 plus 1.
That's an 8.
8. Okay,
There's also a dirty 20.
dirty 20. Altrix.
That is also an 8.
And then what about Crow?
So-
What about Crow?
Oh, Crow? Crow, Crow I sent out to
Yes.
to the other room, but
Still needs an
Crow-
active perception check. Just looking.
Yes, I'll just roll another perception dice and then add a. Crow has a 7. Crow
Okay,
is
great.
distracted with
Wonderful.
it.
Crow doesn't see anybody. Rancor and Evadin, the two of you are able to catch, again, just a muffled conversation now that the door is closed again, with kind of nearing footfall, but not necessarily coming directly to your location, just drawing faintly closer to you in the vicinity.
Are we able to tell if it's like, because they're on the bottom floor, right?
Yes.
So are we able to tell that if the footfalls is them coming up towards the second floor, or if it's just them walking like
It's
on the same
technically
floor?
with that premise, it's both. But it seems to be like coming up onto the second floor, and then kind of the footfalls begin to start spreading out. And it is as
So,
at
so
that
they're
ti-
so they're on the second floor now.
yes, and it is at that time,
Oh.
both Evadin and Rancor, you hear the voice of the male voice once again. Wave guard, fan out. Search this premise, and then Opally and Caithmore. Senator, I do not know exactly where the arcane burst has come from. I do not even know that there was an arcane burst. However, I will be happy to let you investigate. However, it is a violation. And she is cut off by him saying, I do not care about your policies. Yes, sir, I understand. And then the footfalls of armed guards in full plate armor begin to fan out across the second floor. Just the marching now becoming more scattered as people are knocking on doors and checking spaces.
I
All
roll-
right, last chance, guys. Balcony or door?
I have an idea if you want to go to balcony.
As do I.
I also have an idea, but
I was gonna say play natural, but I guess not.
oh,
There's nothing natural. We're armed. We have a magic sword. I'm wearing a cannon on my shoulder. They're gonna have questions, and we apparently don't have answers.
I am just a child. They will not question me much, and I am also a very good liar.
yeah, child that also
No.
committed terrorism at one point.
That was a different city. No way they know. Also, I'm dead.
Anyway, I actually do happen to agree that I think our group is quite suspicious, especially since I am not going in as Evadin. I'm gonna disguise myself.
I would disguise myself as well, obviously.
All right,
I'm
I
standing at the
old man.
balcony, like
yeah in
You,
this
okay,
in this
if you're gonna hide in the
particular-
balcony,
in this
I have an
particular
idea.
space, all of you have 6 seconds before there is a knock at the door.
perfect.
What are you doing?
If Altrix goes to the balcony, I'm going to. Oh, please let this last long. I can't remember what the time is.
if it's what I think it is, it's 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Is
It's
it
better
better?
than nothing. I'm going to minor illusion,
Oh.
just the cityscape, like at the doorway, like where he's, so it covers him and just looks like the skyline.
I actually,
Yes.
I want to
Um,
help out with this. I'm gonna cast. Oh wait, this is a spell slot.
I need to actually check.
Mine is a cantrip.
Yeah, but I want to enhance. I want to enhance
Do
your.
these guards have true sight, Mason?
I don't think so, Dan.
Basic ass guard
Good,
has
good.
Don't
true
think
I
sight.
am going to
600
cast
feet.
silent. I'm gonna cast silent image
Okay.
to enhance the minor illusion.
Okay.
And I'm also gonna, so there's still the city bustling and everything like that, but then also it's the whole there's
So
a silent image
I
and
just
a
want to
illusion,
understand.
minor
So
illusion.
the image is they open the door and there's no room. It's just outside.
It's
No,
the
no, it's like
balcony is
right
covered.
at the doorway. It's just covered, so it looks like there's nothing behind it. So it does not look like you're standing on the balcony. It's just
Yeah.
whatever's beyond.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Point of
basically-
order, really quick. Minor illusion only covers up to a 5-foot space. Now I'm not gonna say no here, but we're gonna leave it up to the dice. This is not easy to mask the complexity of the city skyline behind you. So you're gonna roll an Arcana check. Evidence assistance will give you a +3.
+3.
+3.
One of the things I
Could it be-
rolled for today was
could-
advantage on Arcana.
Quick question: could it be so? Silent image is a 15 by 15 foot cube,
Yes.
which would be probably big enough to do it, and it also would help like do other things like that. Wouldn't
Yes,
it be a
so
little?
we can flip it, and you can roll the Arcana if you want to with Sizik's +3. It's more so that you are recreating a complex image. It's
Okay.
minor illusion and even silent image is meant for like one particular object. You're talking about recreating hundreds upon thousands of buildings outside the window, trees, anything that doesn't look
and making it
unnatural.
look realistic. Okay.
Yeah, that's what this is for.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
I would say I
what's
probably
the-
have the better chance because with all the bonuses, I'm at advantage with +7.
And then if someone wants to cast guidance.
Well,
they don't
if
have
you
time because it's a silent
Yeah.
image
no.
and then minor illusion.
I said, yeah. I was asking if someone else would want to cast guidance for this, since for this they're a part
No,
of the
because I was casting disguise self. So
Yeah.
which also
Oh.
means that
I'm
you
gonna
wouldn't be
say
able to
the
disguise self
the disguise
evidence.
self went up before this. Before that
before.
6 seconds. Because I didn't tell you. So
Yeah.
until afterwards.
then I will cast guidance on. It's Sizik, right?
Sizik, yes. Okay, so it's 1
Alright.
through 3. Altrix, what are you doing?
I have a ready to action to jump out the window, and
Okay.
I will cast as a reaction, Featherfall, which is a large prototype tank with essentially almost like a rocket on the bottom.
Yeah.
It is. This is one is janky. He has only just started working on this one.
Okay, I know.
And
I
it
know
just
what
has
you're
a
doing.
Reaction,
rope tied
jump
to
off the
him.
balcony.
Well, he's on the
Basically-
balcony.
He's on the balcony.
He's hiding behind the.
Now, question: as you're doing this, are the other 3 of you hiding behind this illusion as well, or is it just Altrix and the other 3 of you are just standing?
That's what I thought because the least suspicious thing
Yeah.
is just a kid in a room.
Uh,
Just a kid in a room is just like,
Wait.
oh, like you saw
I'm
me, you saw my people, they all left. I'm just here.
I'll
Yeah.
be.
But I mean, if you want to stay, you choose
I want
to
to be
stay.
behind.
Okay. Evidence behind Altrix, Rancor. Are you moving behind the illusion?
I am not because Rancor was not ready
Okay.
because we didn't have time to discuss this. So
Totally
he
fair.
was.
All right. So Rancor and.
But you're
Sizik-
disguising yourself to look like what?
It was going to be the same. I can't remember what I said last session, but it'd be the same thing I was walking around as
Okay.
then.
Got it. An illusion. Got it. A disguise. All right, Sizik, what is your Arcana check?
We'll say it was an old man.
Okay, old man.
Rolling it. That's really good. Oh, that's a 27.
27. Okay, so was that a natural 20? Because you have a +7.
No, it was a 16 with +4 from the guidance plus the
guidance,
7.
guidance. Yes. Okay, gotcha. I was like, what did that extra? Okay, got it. Wonderful. All right. You cast a spell, Evadin joined by Rancor's guidance, all just as this illusory backdrop appears in front of the window, masking what stands behind it, which is Altrix and Evadin. Right as there is a knock to the door, and as Sizik, you go to open the door. We'll go ahead and take our break right there and pick back up as we come back from our break what chaos we may find ourselves in or what not. Don't go anywhere, though. We will be back very shortly. And welcome back. Last we left off, a knock has come to our hotel suite door, with Sizik and Rancor still inside, and hiding behind an illusion is Altrix and Evadin. But Sizik, you open the door, revealing it's a blue-colored metal. You're not quite familiar with it, but a guard has opened, and is expecting to see someone at his eye level. And so there's a brief pause as he looks down to see you standing in the doorframe, holding the door open. Oh, well, hello, young one. By any means, and then he pauses for a second, and like sees the old man that is Rancor standing in the middle of the room.
Well,
What?
Rancor would have been coming over to him. I just didn't want to interrupt you. Like,
No, for sure.
we've been saying, like, Reggie, what did I tell you about answering the door? The strangers.
Of course.
The
My
it seemed
apologies.
important.
My apologies to the two of you. I hate to disturb your early morning activities and wake you if I did. My apologies again. However, we are investigating a magical burst of some kind. A blue light was seen from a distance, emanating from this building last night. Would either of you know anything about that?
A what?
A blue light.
A blue light.
I remember waking up last night and then being blinded. But then I don't remember anything else.
I see.
I think it's just my age getting to me.
Great. And so he has to roll a perception check, correct, to see through your disguise?
That's not perception, I don't think.
Is it investigation?
Investigation.
Okay. Investigation DC 15?
No, 16.
16. All right, well, that is a...
Actually, well, wait.
That is
Are
a...
you talking about for my disguise self or him?
For your disguise self.
All right, yeah, so save DC 16.
Okay. That is a natural 18 on the die. But he kind of brushes that off. He'll address that in a moment. But I do need both of you to make deception checks to cover up the fact that you do, in fact, know about the blue light.
I kind of don't.
I mean, wasn't I just told about it? I didn't actually see it myself.
By
You saw it- you
technicality,
saw it from the
neither of
outside.
them saw a blue light.
Yeah, because I was busy washing my clothes.
It was bright enough to shine in the balcony from 30 feet away. It wasn't... You didn't see it per se, although you have been filled in. First of all, you've been told about it. Second of all, you would have seen the glimmer of light. And yes, Rancor, you didn't per se see the blue light, but you know exactly what I'm referencing to. No weaseling your way out of this one. Make a deception check.
I've
We
been
tried.
RPing, he has no idea what this blue light was. Only that some shit happened.
All right,
we
well, I
tried.
got a 19 on deception.
Okay.
Do we get advantage because we're together doing this or no?
No. These are individual
Okay.
checks.
I'm gonna use the luck point for that. Okay, much better. That is a. Where's my deception? There it is. That is a 19.
Okay. Does not seem to... Both of you have 90s. Very nice. It does not seem to pick up on your perhaps false pretenses. But very well. I do apologize for disturbing you, though I do have one question, and that is, why are you disguised in the middle of your hotel room?
Well,
He uses it as a reflex.
I'll drop the old man voice. Still sounding in. Actually, no. Can I make a Constitution save it throw to not sound in pain like I've been role playing?
I don't think it would be a saving throw. A check, sure.
You sure it can't be a saving throw?
You are not saving against anything. Yes, I'm sure.
Actually, it wouldn't make a difference anyways.
Okay.
Oh, that is a mod 20.
My 20. If you don't sound in pain, you don't sound in pain.
I'm sorry about that. I've had a rough life on the road, and I was just alerted to the sound of 10, 20 footsteps and armor clanking around, and I kind of got scared. And typically, when people see an older man, they aren't as harsh or aggressive.
I see. Well, I appreciate the forthcoming. My apologies once again for disturbing you. Should you know anything about the blue burst, as we're calling it, please do let us know. But have a great day. And he steps away from the door.
And as he steps away, I'll close the door. I'll be like, Reggie, what have I told you about answering the door to strangers? Just keep playing the bit.
Okay. Well, with that, the door closed. You can still hear the footfalls of guards outside, checking other rooms, just asking around, but nothing alerted to your presence, at least.
So, are they gonna find something on the other balcony where it actually happened?
I will go over to where I don't see the illusion. I'll just, knowing he's over there, just tell, shut the fuck up for right now.
I will, again, poke back into the room. That way they don't see us from the other balcony.
Okay. Evadin, what are you doing? You are muted.
I'll hide back in the thing to make sure we not get spotted.
Okay. Alright, both of you step back inside. The four of you are standing in this chamber. Again, the footfalls of guards outside, just checking around, just investigating. After a bit of time passes, the footfalls seem to go up to higher floors, scan around, and you feel it now safe to once again begin speaking and conversing plainly with each other.
Hey, yeah, they might detect some residual magics. I don't know if it is safe to occupy the other room, and they might be waiting for us downstairs, perhaps, if they suspect something.
Maybe. Could I roll an insight check? I know you said that the guard didn't seem to detect anything, but can I roll an insight to know or get an idea whether or not he caught on and is just keeping his mouth shut for now?
I'm not going to make you roll, as he's already gone. From your initial insight check of him, did not seem to catch on to your deception. You seem to be okay at the moment. The only question he had was, why were you disguised in your hotel room? But you spoke plainly about that, so he took it at face value and left.
The guard didn't seem to be keen on our deception, so I think we're fine as long as we don't. If we leave, don't draw attention to ourselves.
If they detected anything in the other room and realized that we purchased the rooms together.
I don't know. I feel like if they were going to detect things magically, they would have done it in this room as well, instead of just walking in and asking questions.
I will, I guess, sort of go to peek my head out the door.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Oh no. Ahaha. 4.
4. You don't see anything. You're still too busy caught up on the can you see through the keyhole or not, and you can't, as you learn with the 4.
You're blind as a bat. Oh no.
Ozen.
Yes, Rancor.
Arel had said that you've got magical enchantments to prevent you from being tracked, correct?
Yes, upon self-evaluation of myself, yes, that is correct.
do you think that would apply to whatever that arcane burst thing that happened? Because I guess it's technically from your magic.
That is a good question. Hypothesis would be no, as I do not feel that I lost the bindings at any point in time. However, that is a keen notion that you should bring up, and for the safety and security of yourself and our group, I advise that we move on.
Like, move on from
This
here? Like,
move on from this location.
Fair enough.
Also, I know that you are all discussing, and you are feel free to do as you wish, of course. However, it is common practice in hotels, to my knowledge, that you must return the room key to the front desk when you check out.
How do you know so much about hotels?
I've been to a hotel before. More than one that I can recall. Again, new memories, but...
Okay.
I think it's fine if we just leave the key in the room.
I mean, we have, unless we're jumping out the windows, I feel like we could just walk out to the front door. At least, like one at a time or so. I spoke with Ozen. He does have some magical properties that prevent him from being tracked or traced. So, excuse me. It would be safe to assume, I believe, that if they were to try and locate through magical means the pulse, then they wouldn't be able to find anything.
Okay. I'll just go. If it's safe, I will step out of the room.
Okay. Step out into the room, again, with a 4 perception. Not seeing anybody until you are fully out into the hallway. And not noticing you, but you definitely catch the outline. The guards are just leaving, heading down the staircase from the second floor back to the first floor. Leading them is Opalina Caithmere, the sea elf female, the proprietor. But right next to her, to her right, is a very slender, tall half-elf. He has long blue robes. He has silver hair that drapes down to about the mid of his back, but it is well kept. He looks, just at first glance, of a person of higher station, but they are just conversing quietly as the guards kind of are in a little bit more of a marching formation. There's about 7 of them, or there's 8 of them, following the 2 in front as they head back down to the first floor.
Guess just as they make their leave, I will go and pop into the first room.
Okay. All right. Darts in there.
I just want to take a look around, see if they left anything behind, or see if there's like any evidence of an intense search in the room.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Man. Investigation. I don't think I got proficiency in that, do I? No. All right, so that's an 8.
An 8.
Oh no.
It does not look like it was searched, to your knowledge.
All right. I say if we just wait a couple more minutes, then we might be able to head out.
All right. Owunul. You have been walking with Paloma, headed back to the docks, the 2 of you intent on revisiting Master Elmgale this morning. However, it has come to your knowledge that you left Cricket outside the hotel.
Impossible.
You left him there. Just in a hurry. Nope, just in a hurry. You left him there. And must return to the hotel to fetch him.
Oh, okay, I get it now. I okay, all right. Yeah, we're sure.
So you split off with Paloma. Paloma assuring you that she can handle her training at the monastery quite well. You head back to the hotel. As you arrive, a troop of Waveguard soldiers are exiting the building, along with a high-stationed individual. However, as a passersby, they do not seem to interact with you at all. As you step around the other side of the hotel where you left Cricket tied up to one of the blue trees.
Man, I really didn't think these ropes could hold him.
He is munching on a squirrel upon your arrival.
Of course, this is just the default now. He just, I don't.
So crunchy. How do you get the squirrel if he's tied to a tree?
That squirrel lived in that
Patience.
tree. Lived being the keyword there.
This will affect the squirrel population.
Yes, he
How
is.
awful.
No. It's the ecosystem needs something to eat the squirrels because otherwise they get out of hand. You see.
Cricket is pest control for squirrels. Okay. Anyway, to the other four of you still here in the Grand Pearl Hotel. Now, decently sure that everyone has left. That you did not want to encounter. You feel it's safe to depart from your rooms and head to check out.
We just act casual on our way down.
I guess once I untie Cricket. So, was my intention to untie Cricket and then go to the monastery, or to untie Cricket and then just? What was it?
That's up to you.
Right, I don't have a plan. Cool. I wanted to go back to Cricket. I don't know what I was gonna do after that.
Yep, you got there and you're like, huh. Well, that was done. Anyway, okay.
What do I do now? I could go to the monastery. Actually, maybe I should go check on the room. See if they need anything. I mean, we don't exactly have besides our rations. I don't think everyone wants to eat just rations. Maybe we can eat something that's like actual food while we're in the city.
Fair enough. Well, as you leave Cricket tied up just for a wee bit longer, as you step into the chamber, seeing your companions now coming down into the main lobby area. Miss Caithmere greeting the four of you as you step down. Oh, darlings, did you have a wonderful evening? How was your rest at the Grand Pearl Hotel?
It was fine until weird thing happened at night, but
Yes, there was a notion that some blue light was seen emitting from my hotel, but I find that to be preposterous. Nothing would befall my establishment at any point, not under my supervision. And I do
My
apologize.
hotel doesn't glow blue unless I want it to.
I do apologize if you were experiencing any interruptions from the Waveguard, should they have come to investigate your stay.
It
Apologies
was
for
a bit-
inconveniences.
Hold on, I'm sorry. The Waveguard? You
The
said?
Waveguard, that is our local, well, they're more of a militant force, but that is not important.
I see.
no. I don't know where the light came from. It's just that we saw it and it was a thing, but
Make a deception check.
I didn't see it.
Make a deception check.
Where it came from?
You said we. This is a woman that listens to every word with intent.
Yeah, well. Okay, deception.
Yeah, well, that's her problem.
You know, I'm gonna use another luck point because
Soon to be our problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm getting here.
think fuck, because that wasn't that one. Deception. That will be a.
Like I said.
Says 17.
Yeah.
That does not beat her 32.
Holy shit!
I cast Fireball.
Wait.
Um,
If you can't convince them, blow them up.
Very well, darling. I do hope you have a wonderful day. Are you here for checkout, or could I interest you and persuade you, perhaps, for another stay, for another evening here at the Grand Pearl Hotel?
Checking out for now.
Of course.
you might
Do
be
you have your room
might-
keys? She takes both sets of keys, or both keys, one to each room. Well, the two almost said two of you. The rest of you have a wonderful afternoon and enjoy the rest of your morning.
Wait, question, did we only stay here one night?
Yes, just one night.
Yes.
Didn't we pay for more?
No.
No.
Oh.
Sizik paid
Oh.
the 10 gold
We paid
pieces.
multiple nights for the horse.
Yes.
Oh.
And just then, Owunul entering the lobby and all of you meeting up with him.
Do I get the sense that she saw through my bullshit?
You can make an insight check if you would like to try.
Hey, Owunul, we're leaving.
I don't know. Does
What?
she have a?
We're
does
leaving.
She have a fucking
Why
40
are we
deception?
leaving?
We're leaving.
Okay.
Uh.
Sure.
Okay. That's a 23.
23. This is a woman that, with a 23, you find it nearly impossible to read through a face that she wears that expresses no emotion, that does not convey or betray her intentions. But with a 23, you can tell that even if she had, she would not have said anything, as she is a collector of knowledge, not necessarily that you are... She's not trying to make an enemy of you. And it is in this moment that you realize that more than any person you've encountered in Oceavester so far, and maybe even on your travels so far, that this person keeps tabs on everybody she meets. She is the gossip center. She knows every secret, every detail about everything. Not Tony level, more than that.
I was about to say, so just a female, better version of Tony.
Maybe.
Oh,
Only two.
Tony 2.
22.
Electric cake.
Tony.
Tony 2 electric
But
boogaloo.
better? Ooh, Mason,
Tony-
you.
20.2.
Well,
Anyway.
as we discussed earlier, I have some business at the Collegium, so I'm going to go at least handle that and see if I can't
Right.
get more details about
Right.
the plan,
Also-
potential plan rather.
So where are we? Where will we stay if we're not staying here for more nights?
I'm
Well,
surprised
somewhere
that you
cheaper.
didn't choose to go sleep with your horse.
Phrasing, Sizik.
I said what I said. He does not understand
I
at all
know.
what you
Yep.
mean by
I
your
know.
joke.
We got it.
I know what you mean. He does not.
I mean, just for now, we don't. Considering I don't know the full details of it, and for the record, we're talking like not where anyone could just listen
Oh,
in.
yeah. Y'all are kind of walking and have found... I mean, you're in an area of the city already, to the north of the dropships, where not a lot of people just are roaming about. This is like, if you're walking on this path, you're going to the hotel. That's kind of like what you're doing. Otherwise, no one else would
Fair.
walk this way. So it's decent. It's well secluded.
Well, considering according to Altrix and to Ozen and my soaring fucking headache, I did something last night, and it apparently has drawn a lot of attention. So might not be the best thing for us to stay here.
That's fair.
However, that woman, she gives me Tony vibes.
You realize that means nothing to me, right? I never met Tony before his death.
I am speaking to the group. It may have seemed like I
Does
was
it-
talking to you, but I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the group.
I also don't know what that means.
The fat
Are you-
guy that we
You're talking to
killed.
the group, right?
Yeah, when you say Tony vibes, the only vibe I got from him was a giant black mass on the floor.
That just
Don't-
kind of sounds like burnt shit.
It was.
Tony was a info gatherer. He got gossip and information around everything in Provonere. From stuff people told him, stuff he got paid for information, that sort of thing. That's part of where I got my information about where Karamira was, which proved to as much of a bastard as he was for being involved in what he was. He definitely had good information, but I'm getting similar information feelings from her, only she seems a lot more experienced and knowledgeable than he does, or was.
Well,
she might be a possible lead for investigating.
perhaps I will leave you to investigate that matter. Again, I have some business at the Collegium.
What is the Collegium?
The college.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, then why didn't you just say college, huh?
Because it's called the Collegium on the map.
It's the Collegium.
The Collegium Tidal. Number 14.
College. It's college.
No, it's the Collegium.
Oleg.
Well, considering you've got business there, I have no other ideas currently, so I might pursue speaking with fuck, whatever her name was, Kami something, DM.
Karamira.
Not Karamira.
Opalina
It was a long-
Caithmere.
Bless you.
And
Carpe diem.
Opalina is is her first name. Caithmere is her last name.
I'll just call her Opal. That sounds easier.
Amazing.
Okay, Mrs. Miss Caithmere is what she introduced herself as.
Opal.
You want someone to accompany you?
I took it to me or Altrix.
You. Rancor.
Um,
I mean, I
Did,
might be able
did
to
I get
leave.
vibes that obviously she's powerful in the way of knowledge and probably has a lot of ties? Did I get the impression that she is strong as in, like, if I say the wrong thing, she can fuck me up?
A 23 got you what I told you, nothing more. You have no idea.
No one gets to be like that without being strong. Okay, most people don't get to be like that without being strong.
I don't know if she's got a fighting prowess, but
Probably shouldn't test that.
I'm not going to fight her. Just in the off chance that I say something or trigger a response and she doesn't like it. I think I'll be fine, but if you want to accompany,
Yeah,
sure.
I'll make sure you don't get hurt.
I was
if
talking
you'll
to your
have me.
sister.
Oh.
I think
Mhm.
you're best to not be a part of this. You
You have a very big mouth.
Yeah.
I still don't know what's going on, so like I don't think I can actually hurt you here.
Hey, I think Altrix says he needs some help over in the Collegium.
That's bullshit. My hearing is fine. He didn't
As
say that.
you say that, and
walked
I am
away.
just going to go follow Altrix.
Okay, Sizik is going with Altrix. Evadin's going with Rancor. Owunul, you're left with Cricket. Where are you going?
I take my horse and I leave town. This place is a shithole, especially the people who brought me here. I'm joking, mostly, but it's...
Mostly. 90%.
Well, the one group doesn't want me, and the other group just didn't say anything to me, so it's like, okay. Huh.
Alternatively, you do not have to go with either one. You can go off on your own venture, or you can go catch back up with the Paloma.
Yeah, why don't you go find a brothel and shake it for some money?
Owenul does not shake it.
The strong, nice man.
That was totally out of character because Sizik does not.
Yeah,
know
it
that
was. Well, also, does Sizik sound like this?
Sizik is just Cole. Anyway.
Sizik is Cole with a slightly Russian accent.
Anyway.
Excuse me.
Where is
That is
I didn't mean to
heavy.
offend you. I'm sorry. I take it back.
That is heavy as
Your
fuck,
Russian
sir.
accent is really good. I promise.
Okay. Owenul, where are you going, Cricket?
Going to hell. That's a different campaign. Sorry, my bad. I don't fucking know. Maybe I go. You know what? Fuck it. I go wandering, looking for that dude I saw in my dreams, the
Okay.
one who needed protection and helpless protection. I guess.
Very well.
If I wander enough, maybe I'll fucking find him.
Sure, for sure. All right. Well, while Sizik and Altrix are walking the, few miles it takes to get from the Grand Pearl Hotel to the Collegium Tidal, we will pick up immediately in this time period with Evadin and Rancor, who outside of the Grand Pearl Hotel have decided they want to go back in.
Well, we haven't got back in yet.
No, that's a decided.
With a 23 insight, do I know if she saw through my illusion or not?
I have already given you an answer. Asking me the same question twice does not get you anything new.
That was a different question.
No, it does not. You already asked me that, and then you rolled a 23.
That was not the question I asked originally, but okay. Okay, so I'm pretty sure she's heard or she didn't believe my bullshit that I spelt it as we walked by.
Hmm.
But-
Someone like that sounds like that would be the case.
But
We could be dealing
as
with.
much as I hate that bastard Tony, she's giving off Tony vibes, and considering none of us have any experience or ties to the city, I feel like she might be our best lead to get information.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So let's try and do this carefully.
Gotta be careful. Agree. Let's be careful.
I'd say only one of us talk at once. I guess go with that. Should we bother with our disguises or no?
Don't know. I think it's fine to keep our disguises for now. Be a good test.
Okay.
If she doesn't want to trust us because of that, then we can figure things out from there.
All right. If shit hits the proverbial fan, you know the plan, right?
What plan?
Do not here. Get the fuck out. This is the plan.
Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. Get the fuck out. All right. Cool. That's what I thought.
All right. And I will walk in.
Okay.
Again.
The two of you, disguised, enter once again into the Grand Pearl Hotel, the lavish lobby, still finding Miss Caithmere at her front desk, if you will, as you left her, like 5 minutes ago.
Is there anyone else in here, or is it just her?
It's just her at the moment in the lobby. Well, good morning and welcome to the Grand Pearl Hotel. Could I interest you two in a wonderful stay at the finest establishment in the capital of the Union of Feneri?
I was disguised when I came down.
Yes, was it the same disguise?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We're the same disguise.
Crimge.
As she says this, taking a look at you, oh, my apologies. Have you changed your mind and decided to stay once again at the finest establishment in all of the Union of Feneri?
Not exactly, Mrs. K.
Well, then what can I
not-
do for you?
Well, not at the moment looking for accommodations. More looking for... What's the word? Another
The
kind
word
of...
is it's information.
Looking for another kind of service I think you could provide for us.
Oh, I assure you, I do not provide that kind of service. And before you get your mind in the gutter, that is not what I am talking about.
You're sending very mixed signals.
As I do. I'm very good at that.
I couldn't help but notice on our way out. You seem like someone with a
wonderful woman?
lot. I mean, I haven't gotten to know you too well, but you seem very nice. But if I must be honest, Miss K, you seem very knowledgeable and.
I am sorry to
Ver-
interrupt you. Did you just call me Miss K?
You said that's what she had introduced herself as.
No, the name is Mrs. Caithmere. Caith, with a C.
Oh, fuck off.
What is Ireland?
That is on you,
exist?
Mason.
No, I
Does
said,
Ireland
is
exist?
I said
Because that
Caithmere,
sounds
and you heard
hard
K.
Irish descent of a name.
I thought I'd missed something when you said Miss K.
Yeah,
I
no,
was like,
I
oh,
said
when did that
Caithmere.
happen?
Okay, well then that's redacted because Rancor would have actually heard
That's
it.
redacted.
Okay.
Sorry, Missy, but you seem like a very
Caithmere.
sorry, Miss Caithmere.
Yes.
You seem very knowledgeable and very entwined with, I'd say, how things run around here. Not really a easy or a subtle way to ask this. Are you perhaps able to share information?
First of all, I appreciate your astute observations, young man. However, to answer your question, I can in fact share some insights into the workings of this city. However, information is not free, and it is not coin I am interested in, as I have plenty of that already.
Rancor slowly pulls his gold pouch off the desk.
What are you interested?
I am a collector of secrets, a commodity known as information. The most valuable piece of information draws my attention, if you will. So if you have
Okay.
information to share, then perhaps information I will share with you in return. Have we come to a mutual agreement?
Yes. The only question is whether or not downplaying your knowledge, just wondering whether or not what information we give you would be given back in equal parts.
This is a fair point. Are you trying to discourage me and dissuade me from sharing my knowledge with you?
Not at all. I just want to know that if we give you something big, it's juicy and spicy, we don't get crumbs, for lack of a better term or analogy.
If I may offer you some advice, kind sir, do not reveal your hand at any point during our conversation, as you already have. You have revealed your worries, and that tells me something already about you. The truth is, however, you cannot be assured that whatever you tell me will not be reciprocated. But if you wish to seek the information that I have, and that I have a lot, then you will take the risk. If it is not that valuable to you, you will walk away.
Me to Ozen to Evadin.
Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. I got it. I'm ready.
She is a bitch, but I respect her hustle.
Damn, that's crazy.
Hey, Evadin. No, it's been a while since we last spoke, but Rancor does not like this woman, but does like that how she presents herself. He said a lot of worse and harsh things than I'm putting it to you.
Mentally, we'll say to I can talk back to Ozen, right?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Ozen basically says, or Evidence just says back, she's acting like how informational brokers work.
Evadin believes that this is exactly how this was going to go.
I'm worried about what we could give her and what do we actually have that is worth enough to her to get information out of.
Rancor is concerned that whatever information we're going to provide is not going to end well for us. Also, Evadin, since I'm still speaking to you, she is looking at us all very intently, and I would come up with something very quickly before she is suspicious that I am conversing between the two of you.
Ozen's in my cane right now.
Yep.
basically, then Evadin will just like say it back to Ozen. The only way to see if the information is worthwhile to give is to give it.
Evadin said, "Do it, coward."
Do it.
Do it, coward.
Do it. No
Pussy.
balls. Rancor will try to play it off as more like he's been sitting there thinking.
Of course, of course.
I don't know you, but I like you. But at the same time, not really. You drive a hard bargain.
Is that the noises of the crickets chirping?
Yes, the water just gushing from the very.
Oh, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back. Evan walks back down.
It's a person
Phone?
in
What's a
line
phone,
behind you.
guys?
I have a telephone call on my telephone. Oh, yeah.
What the fuck's a telephone?
All right, be quiet.
Mrs. Claymore, do you have a more private area we could speak?
Oh, I have several. Could I interest the two of you in some lunch? I suppose it's more brunch at this hour, but...
Sounds lovely.
And I will offer you a exquisite brunch time. However, it will be on the house only if your information is valuable. Otherwise, you will be stuck with that bill in your pocket.
What's the bill?
That depends on what you order.
Okay.
Alternatively, if you wish to exist in completely secluded spaces, might I offer the 8th floor Sapphire Lounge, where I assure you no one will hear our conversations.
Do we have to pay for that?
Depends on what you offer.
And is information in turn part of that arrangement?
That is the deal that we are making, yes.
I'll give a glance over
does the
over
room-
to
How much does the room cost?
The Sapphire Lounge
She's-
or the dining experience?
The lounge.
The lounge will run 50 gold pieces a person. However, if the information you provide is of sustenance, then I shall discount that price. Perhaps on the house, depending on what you offer.
Evadin will tell Ozen, if I still have the connection, of the lounge is for the information that is of utmost secret for us, that we are willing to share. The lunch is for more casualer information, I feel.
Evadin is letting you know that if you want to hide the most important conversation you will have with this woman, that you better pick the lounge, and if that is not of your concern, then go to lunch.
I think we'll take the lounge.
Well, very well. If the two of you will follow me up. And she puts a little concierge will return shortly sign plate on the front desk, and leads the two of you off to the center of the chamber. Unlike the staircase that spirals around and leads up and up and up again, she leads you to the direct center of the room, where a large circle inscribed on the floor, which when you first were here didn't look like anything more than just nice decorations. But as she steps on it, with the intent to activate it, you realize the runes begin to alight around her, and you are stepping onto a rising platform.
Fancy.
And it begins to slowly turn and lift you from the ground floor all the way up to the 8th floor. Now maybe 100, 200, maybe even 300 feet above ground before it stops at the 8th floor, where there are nice rooms here, suites, penthouses, really, for really esteemed dignitaries and guests. However, there is a larger double door, blue-stained wood, that she opens and gestures you to follow. And inside is a parlor with beautiful chandeliers, beautiful velvet cushions, and couches, a full bar in here, windows to look out into the open air. And when you step through, Rancor, very similar to when you stepped into Madame Laporte's shop for the first time, that connection with Ozen severs, as whatever dispel magic field you've just walked into also drops both of your disguises as you step into this space.
Evadin just goes and sits down like nothing happened.
Right, but you can feel that at least you are lacking in the arcane. Well, we will be more private here. Now, do find yourself a nice place to sit. Could I interest you, sir or lady, in a beverage?
I'm good, thank you. I will. I know you said I can feel,
Yeah.
but a blind person trying to feel looks very obvious.
Yeah.
I'll help guide.
No, can I attempt to make my feel towards a chair without making it apparent that actually?
Sure.
Well, you said that this guy. What? You said that disguises are down.
Yes.
So
Yes, they are.
yeah, so she
Do
could.
you need help there?
I'll be fine.
Okay.
She walks over to the lounge bar and pours herself a glass of Dawnberry wine, accustomed to what you saw the night before in your rooms. And she comes and sits down, holding the wine glass in her hand. Do not fret. I do not judge if you are blind or not. It is your brain that is particular of interest to me, not your physicality.
Well, as you said earlier, it's not best to reveal your hands to someone, and now you know 2 things.
I
about me.
actually know 3. 4 if you count the night before. But, nonetheless, what brings the 2 of you outsiders here to I almost said Provenere, outsiders here to Oceavester?
Well, to be honest, can't quite give that information out.
That's crazy.
But I guess if you'll let me attempt to see your hand, what is your preferred type of knowledge? Obviously, you like secrets and stuff, but what is your flavor of preference?
That is a fair question. Most of the knowledge that I collect here in Oceavester and Hydroxyvexen is relating to the politics, slowly pulling the strings to ordain the city as I see it. However, it is not my interest to control the populace here. It is more a personal exercise, a game, if you will, to me, that I collect as much information as possible. As I have mentioned, it is priceless. With that said, I know it does not answer your question in a direct fashion. However, any information you can provide that I do not know is of value to me in some regard. But you can start by answering my question. What brings the 2 of you outsiders here to Oceavester? You have said it is a secret, and that piques my interest.
Well, that might be a very hard lemon to squeeze out of us. I don't know why I'm doing all these food analogies, just humor me.
Bro is hungry as hell.
I don't know why, it's just coming
She
out.
offered you something to drink.
So that information might be a little hard for you to get, but I tell you, we're here on personal business. We all share a common association. But I guess I could start seeing what you do and don't know. I take it, considering you specialize in the political era, or area mostly, that you know of the government shift going on up north.
Yes, a quite unfortunate turn of events. Series of murders got out of hand, what I heard.
What I heard. How much have you heard?
Well, why don't you fill me in?
No. Ansys, I want to see how well that reservoir works with you. I'm trying to persuade her to lab.
Make a persuasion
Good
check.
luck.
I doubt it's gonna work, but
And Evadin,
flattery-
you are welcome to chime in at any point if you feel the need to do so.
I know. I'm
Okay.
aware.
Okay.
flattery,
He's
flatter-
choosing to stay silent.
flattery is the best
I'm
poison.
thinking.
Yes.
I'm
that's true.
thinking.
A 16.
Well, to my knowledge, like I said, some unfortunate disappearances turned to be murders, and all of a sudden, the entire city's upper government is in an uproar. And whatever could that have to do with a city hundreds of miles from here, except of a valiant concern to keep the populace under control. And Inthi stopped by, not quite, but 3 weeks ago, maybe, and had some choice expressions to dish out about the workings of Provenere and its concern for its citizens. You see, Provenere is a important trade hub that provides quite a bit of financial stability to our great capital city here. Despite its distance, it is a crown jewel, if you will. But of course you already knew that, didn't you?
Yeah, you could say that. Though I'd say its economic benefits are being questioned at the moment, considering the recent events.
A fairer judgment, I would presume you are correct.
This,
I do find it quite odd that they would send such high-ranking officials to manage the overturn of your government in Provenere.
Well, given my time in Provenere, the government was shit, for lack of a better word.
What government is not?
And I mean, you make a fair point, but granted, I don't know who these individuals are from Oceavester, or we're in Oceavester, right?
Yes.
Or right. I'm not sure who those officials are who are being sent up there, but surely they can't be as bad as those up there.
I would say the selection that they provided was a bit of a well-rounded group when you take all assets and combine them into one pot. Now, I know less about the two dignitaries sent from Brontero, but the two that they have sent from here, one is a kind-hearted soul and the other an iron fist, which means a face of the public, in my opinion, and someone to back up the law.
Yes, that was a bit of the problem. Not really having anyone to be a face or voice for the government, and often just not being the best with all the resources at their disposal. They should have been able to find something. But as I hear around, is the government works off a council system where they can't make a decision or go about anything unless everyone's in agreement, which sounds extremely dumb and inefficient.
That is an interesting take on the situation at hand. Provenary is, again, uniquely situated in the fact that it is controlled not by one but two supervisory governments, and it is also controlled by a third oligarchical system that sits underneath those two governments. Quite a unique gem indeed. However, it is not so much that the oligarchy cannot make a decision. It is, so to speak, that they are in opposition with one another, and the recent overturned council seats seem to have thrown the remaining council into a serious concern about the stability of their own governmental positions. And that is where the question of intervening entered the minds of Oceavester's political elite. And of course, a lesson in information sharing. I am telling you nothing that you did not already know. Tell me something that I didn't know, and that is where our negotiations will begin.
Well,
You said you wanted to hear about the Brontero people, the people from the government officials from Brontero.
It would be of interest to me, though not necessarily a necessity.
well, I'll say you.
You have to start somewhere sometimes. Build a little trust to see what we build a little trust, right? Now I'm gonna ask the DM here. What do I know of the two individuals coming from Brontero?
Well, one of them is your father.
Yep.
So you know that.
Yeah.
The other one,
Mhm.
Vicarant Okaroba, I believe.
Vicarant Oak.
You have heard the name, and you are decently sure that that is a worshiper of the Platinum Savior. However, other than that, you don't know much about them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, miss. Something to fill your repertoire of knowledge. You were incorrect. You did give me some information that I was not already privy to. Well, as to what that was, will be up for you to discover. But so you know, this chat has not been completely useless so far.
Peculiar indeed.
But I believe my. What was that? I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I said peculiar indeed.
But I believe my friend here wishes to give some of her own knowledge.
Oh, very well.
Yeah, I can.
Do not
Can I do a
delay.
history check to recall more information about the two?
Sure.
Obviously, the data can it's like I'm trying to give similar information to what she was given about the people, like kind of more how their leadership positions go and other stuff like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead and make a history check
Yeah.
for me.
Okay. That's an 11.
11.
Rip.
Again, not quite sure much about I keep saying Senator. About Vicarant Okaroba. Again, the other one being your father. You think you know enough about your father in his leadership role to be able to explain his leadership position as a man who is obviously overworked, but at least tries his best, both in his personal life and in his professional life, to put the best foot forward. But that is because of your interpersonal relationship with your father, obviously, because you grew up, obviously, in his care. Again, Vicarant Okaroba, other than the deity they follow, you know nothing almost about them. You've seen them maybe once or twice, and even then you're almost getting confused about which Vicarant is which. With an 11.
Yeah, and I can't really use magic to help me figure it out. Do I have anything else I can actually use? One second. Making sure I don't have the proficiency, so I can't make that a 14. No, okay. Nothing I can do on that. Nothing I can do on that. Alright. Unfortunate. What do I say? Well, I will share at least the names of the people. The Vicarant Okaroba and Vicarant Dazav are the two that are coming in to take control of the Brontero area.
Very well.
Evident. I'm trying to think very carefully of how to describe the dad stuff, because obviously we don't want to share too much on that part of, like, obviously very much their father type thing like that.
If Owenul was here, he's my dad.
Exactly, which is why Owunul's not here.
Cringe. That's not interesting. That's boring. You're playing it safe.
Of course. Well, it would be interesting information to share that, but
Yeah. Fair enough.
I am curious.
I know how to. I think I know how to do a little thing.
Okay.
This might be a bit more gossipy information, but I wouldn't also be surprised if he's coming in town to search for his children who happen to have been taking up residence in Provenere. One of them is a very outspoken individual, so word travels fast for one of them. Don't know much about the other.
You're suggesting an ulterior motive, which is quite
Potentially.
interesting to me.
I thought you might find it interesting. He'll definitely do his job, but I would not be surprised if an ulterior motive is at play as well.
What do you know of the criminal underbelly, so to speak, in Provenere?
Personally, I have visited Provenere maybe twice in my tenure in this position. It is not my purview to seek out that kind of information. The political structure of a city far from here is not of my concern.
But what is that criminal underbelly is working in other spots as well?
Are you suggesting a criminal branch of a larger criminal organization within my very city?
Possibly. Surely you would already know.
Surely I would.
Does... Let me look up the name again. Shit, where's that? I had somewhere.
Oh no.
It happens to the best of us.
Rest in peace.
Does Ash of Alabaster ring any bells with you?
I cannot say that it does.
Not even the Pearl?
This is the Grand Pearl Hotel.
Or what about the Bright Chateau?
There was a ship once called the Bright Shadow.
A ship?
Ship.
Just a ship, or one that came into port here?
It wouldn't have caught my attention, but want to say about 15 years ago now, there was a ship in the Central Canal, the Florite. It was headed up the spiral locks one night when all of a sudden the entire ship and its entire crew vanished in the middle of the docks. The hydrostructure engineer suggested that it was a malfunction, perhaps, in the city's hydrostructure field. However, the next morning, just before dawn, the ship was seen floating downstream towards the Vestment Lake, completely unmanned, not a single soul on board, and its cargo completely missing. They never found any evidence of what could have happened to them either. It was written off as a peculiar instance, but the ship, the Bright Shadow. Nonetheless, why does the Bright...
Well, before we get there, you said that the Bright Shadow was flowing down the Florite into Vestment Lake?
That's where it was found the next morning, yes.
Where was it docked when it suddenly disappeared?
It wasn't. He was headed up the spiral locks.
Is that on the map?
Yes. That is...
Spiral. I don't see the...
That is number 29.
Oh, so it was in that spot when it vanished?
Yes.
Okay. Might be giving you too much information, but I like you.
I would never have guessed. Everybody likes me.
I ask about the Bright Shadow because I know it from another source. A woman, a dangerous woman, who's got her hands in dirty with the underbelly of Provenere, and with reasonable suspicion to believe she is tied with the underbelly in your here city.
That's quite a suggestion.
Can I make an insight check of whether if she's just kind of indifferent to it, or if me saying that has sparked either a curiosity or like a recognition from her?
Sure. Give me an insight check.
I take it I can't give myself... Well, no, because it's the anti-magic thing.
Yep,
So
no magic
nope.
in this round.
Guidance? No.
That will be a 19.
19. Unfortunately, with a person of her stature, she has trained her facial expression and her mind to resist attempts at being read like this. She does not give away anything, whether it is recognition or not.
That's crazy. She a real noir detective, for real, for real. Meanwhile, Rancor in the corner just grunting heavily.
That's more of me grunting because I really don't know whether I want to give her this more bit of information because it could prove to mess things up.
That's the difficult part.
I guess I should wonder, does the well-being of the criminal underbelly in your city concern you?
Only if it interferes with the political structure.
Similar to the attack on Provenere?
That could be of interest.
What if I could tell you I have reasonable suspicions that the Bright Shadow works with a particular of the surname Thieves here in the city.
say I recognize the name. There is a vague familiarity to it, but nothing more than a slight hunch.
Perhaps the name Gavovar is how you pronounce it.
That is correct.
Gavovar feeds. If that
Gavavar feeds.
gets the cogs turning a little more.
Make a persuasion check.
Is this to persuade her to tell me, or for her to like remember?
This is more the nature of how this conversation is going. It's more of you're persuading her to continue to engage and see if she's got what she wants or not.
You're saying my information's not good enough?
That's exactly what I'm saying. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Persuasion. Ah, my God. I'm using another luck point.
That's your third and final one for the
Oh
day.
my goodness.
I've used all my luck points on that ones.
Unfortunate.
That's crazy.
I
Bro
was
just
excited.
has that halfling luck.
I was excited because it said fuck, and I thought it said fuck you, but it said fuck me instead.
Yep, that happens.
That's crazy.
Okay.
You saw the word fuck and you got excited. Interesting.
Continue. Continue.
I'm sorry.
That is a
Keep going.
that is a 24.
24. Gavavar Thieves. My only suspicion is that Mr. Thieves was a physician who studied at the Collegium, but I do not believe he completed his studies. That is the only Thieves I recognize.
Does he fit the description of a male elf?
It's hard
Tan
to
skin
say.
tone.
That does not narrow the options down very much.
Well, do you know that many thieves?
Fair point.
Sounds like you might know a lot more than you're letting on.
What gave that away?
Everything.
You might know a little more than you're letting on, too.
Well, most definitely, but you can't give your whole hand away, can you?
Touche. Shakes a sip of her wine. Physician in the making. Thieves. That was about a decade ago. No name mentioned since then.
A decade. Did he drop out? Expelled?
Unfortunately, I am not a historian. Could not tell you.
Do you know of any friends of his?
I do not.
Not even one Karamira?
The name does not sound familiar to me.
You're a tough nut to crack. But I admire that in a way. I guess I have one more pressing question for you.
Proceed.
Maybe one and a half. If you were to possibly know the workings, dealings, and operations of said hypothetical underbelly criminal organization, where might you guess they reside in?
If you have a suspicion about who to look at in the city, should you be requesting access to more buried information, I would start at the Fluorite Guildhall. Or Guildhouse. Guildhouse. Fluorite Guildhouse, I was right. That is the central banking institution here in Oceavester and Hydroxylvexen. And if there's anybody more shady than a banker, I could not say. Even more so than a politician.
Well, with all due respect, Miss Kirmith, you are a bit of a shady one yourself.
I am no banker, no politician.
No, you're not. At least I don't think so. But it's interesting you should mention the guild house. Happens to be right near where that ship disappeared, according to your information.
Your point.
Nothing. Just an interesting coincidence.
Observation.
How powerful is this guild house in terms of security?
Security? Oh my goodness. By the gods' grace, you will never break into the guild house.
Not
That
with
sounds like a
attitude.
challenge.
I never said I'd break in. I just like to know the layout of places.
The guild
Just because it
house,
hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't happen.
it has been attempted before, and it has proved quite unsuccessful for the parties attempting. In fact, it is rumor, not guaranteed, as the floor plans for such an establishment would never be available to the public. But it is rumor, as I have heard, that they store their most classified documentations and wealthiest vaults in a subterranean chamber that is highly pressurized with water. In fact, I believe there was a story of an attempt to rob such a place that resulted in only one survivor of 6 people, and that person lost half their body.
How unfortunate.
Indeed.
Which half?
Which half?
Which half did he lose? I gotta know,
Top half.
Mason.
The top half's only legs left.
He survived with only his legs.
I could not tell you for certain which half it was.
Mysterious voice out of the blue.
I just take it this vault would be below the guild house.
That would be my suspicion, yes. But you would have no concern for that, lest you plan to rob it.
I wouldn't use the term rob. Rob's very...
Gaining access to it without permission is still thievery.
It's only thievery if you take something.
Taking information is still robbery. I would not advise. But if you do, I will be the first to know about it.
You don't advise it. What? Is our information that good?
I don't know what information they store.
No, I'm saying you wouldn't advise us to go and do that, I'm making a joke saying, do you like our information that much you don't want us to get into harm?
I see your point. Well, you have not provided me much.
Cringe.
Trying to think about what could be given that would be a worthwhile investment.
I'm gonna tell you what. This, fuck, Plainworth or
Caithmere.
Caithmere?
Caithmere.
Same thing. Yes, it is. Tell you what, Miss Caithmere. Should any of those documents or information find its way to you or us, I'll give it to you. Possibly for a modest fee. I would give you a wink. They don't have eyes.
It's funny.
And the information you currently possess, that you have been reluctant to share. I believe that I have held up my end of the bargain, have I not? Given you some information to ponder. And here we
Have we
are.
not given that as well? Information of individuals running a criminal organization in your city?
Criminals
Ones
are
who...
of no concern to me. To some, perhaps. But to me, criminals are a small nuisance in the grander world of information. The truth is, here is my observation. You have arrived in Oceavester looking for this criminal organization, which you must have had an encounter with in Provenere, since you know so much about the workings of Provenere. Also, given your knowledge base and considering the fact that the Provenere government has not released any official statements relating to the disappearances other than a single festival in memorandum of the unfortunate deceased. It would also strike my fancy that you and your group have also some connection to the Provenere Council, but I will not inquire unless you choose to persist. Also, one of you at least has knowledge about Runeterra, or you would not be able to provide the dignitaries' names. And that you are now here in Oceavester looking for the remnants of what criminal organization you have, and now somehow believe maybe there is a Gavavar Thieves in this midst, and also perhaps that whatever documentation is held in the guild house may be of some use to that investigation. Please correct me if I am wrong on any of that.
Well, yes, because I don't believe ever mentioning that we were in contact with any of the council. Only that...
You did not. But you know information that only the council would know, and the upper echelon of Oceavester, and considering that none of you are from this area, as it is clear to see on your faces, even in your disguises, you must know someone on the Council of Provenere.
What? No.
There are many on the council. But
There are indeed.
do you know the politicians going up?
I know two of them, and according to your friend here, I know the other two.
And who's to say we just didn't have another bin of information together from Provenere like we are here? A fat bastard named Tony, I think his name was.
Tony. Now that name sounds familiar.
So, Just because we have information that's not normal people would does not mean we're associated with the government. After all, I wouldn't like to be associated with those rats, for lack of a better term.
Well, as unfortunate as it is to be tied to any government, it does have its perks.
I bet. Especially if the government is a not as especially if the government's a bit corrupt sometimes, they can get your hands on some information that you ain't supposed to know.
Do you speak from experience?
Of course, why would I not?
And what information would you have happened to come across that you weren't supposed to know?
That is something for me to know and maybe you to find out later.
I love a good challenge.
We can't give you everything. That'd spoil all the fun.
Exactly.
I cannot give you everything either.
Of course.
No, but I think you've given us enough for now.
As have you. One last thing before our meeting comes to its unfortunate end. I did not catch either of your names. Care to enlighten me?
I don't
Rest
believe that was
assured,
part of the deal.
it is fine if you do not wish to elaborate on your personas. However, you can pay your 50 gold if you wish, or you can walk out of here without any debt.
I still remember giving our names as not part of the deal to not pay for the room.
It's information, is it not?
Yes, but we gave you information.
And are you? You've certainly had a lot of questions.
Yes, we give you information. My friend here has given you quite a bit of information as well, particularly in your political conquest of it, as it were.
And I have only but one final question for the two of you. Who are you?
I am Rancor.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
How about I'll pay half, but I'll give you something to call me. How's that sound?
That's fine with me. And her glance intensifies on you, Evadin. Whatever you wish to do, princess of the Lady of Hell.
Ooh. I think that's quite an interesting. I don't say so. I'm saying this in my head.
I know.
Like,
That's crazy.
What would you prefer me to refer to you as?
I'm trying to think of what name to give.
You should use this name right here.
Oh, sorry. That's for someone else. That's a different name. I'm trying to think of what name I want to give. What name do I just steal a D&D another character's name?
Geraldine.
No. I'm gonna steal a name. I'm gonna do.
Oh
my God, just
God.
pick a random name.
I know. I'm thinking. I am
Just say
terrible at
Anna
names.
at this point.
No, I'm gonna say Sylvia.
Say your name is Trixie. It'll be funny.
Sylvia, a pleasure to make your acquaintance too, even though that is a flat-out lie. 25
course.
gold pieces from you, and Mr. Rancor, you have a wonderful day.
I hand over the 25 gold.
I doubt I'll glean anything, but I want to make an insight check on after telling her my name.
Uh-huh.
Nope. Didn't roll it yet. 21.
21. She is obviously very good at reading people, especially on picking up if they are lying or not. A special skill she has. She seems to know more about both of you than she obviously lets on. Maybe not so much as your background, but just identifying features of you both and characteristics as well. And she seems to be committing those to memory. But other than that, that's all you get with the 21.
I'm gonna do an insight roll. I want to do an insight roll on that the little Princess of Hell thingy of
Yeah,
like
Princess of the Lady of Hell.
Princess is the Lady of Hell, yeah. And I want to just do an insight check on see like get a vibe check for that a bit more.
Vibe check.
You failed the vibe check.
17.
17. It's hard to read her. Obviously, that piece of information gives off that she knows something about you and some of your traits. But other than that, whether it's a familiarity, whether she knows you personally, whether she is looking into something, you're not quite sure.
Of course.
Well, Mr. Rancor and Madame Sylvia, the two of you have an excellent afternoon. And the two
And
of
to
you
you as well.
depart here from the Grand Pearl Hotel. And we cut to Altrix, who has finally made it across the city with Sizik.
I
and-
finally found the book on the blast stick.
No, finally made it to the Collegium Tidal proper after an hour of walking or so. What are the two of you doing?
Well, while we were walking, I wanted to talk or
Okay.
just ask him something.
Okay, go ahead.
Altrix,
Yes?
are you happy being around us and doing what we're doing?
Am I happy?
What is happy?
Yes. Are you happy? Are you content?
I think so. I mean, you know, almost died a few times. Hasn't been great, but all in all, I think these past few weeks, it's been a nice change of pace. I spent a long time alone, and even before that, at home, I spent a long time wanting to be out there, defeating bad guys and all sorts of scum and villainy, and it's not as easy as the books make it out to be, but I mean, we're doing it.
The Saturday morning cartoons in the books, yeah?
So,
And you wouldn't rather be elsewhere doing other things because you tend to spend a lot of time on your own inside what you call the siphon. Siphon? Is that right? Siphon?
yes.
You are always tinkering and creating. So I get feeling that you perhaps have a greater purpose that you wish to aspire to.
No, no, it's, well, I can make things better, you know? Like with your leg. So long as I work hard enough, eventually, I can, fix it, whatever it may be. You're missing a leg, took care of that. You know, uh, bad guys on the loose, and we're out here taking care of that. I spend so much time working just to, we've had some close calls, so to speak. And, been pushed to the, you know, we almost lost a few of those. So, I'm just making sure we're ready. You know, the better equipped we are, the better job we can do, the better job we do, at the end of the day, it sucks, getting shot with an arrow. It's rather painful. So, if I can make a new suit of armor to protect me from that, then it's worth the time.
One final question. At least for now. Then I will stop bothering you on walk. When did you figure out who you were?
Sorry?
Like, how people figure out who they are and what they want to do with themselves. When did that come to you?
Not sure if I fully understand your question.
When did you figure out what you wanted to do with yourself was, as you say, fight the bad people? That you wanted to be what might be considered a hero of sorts, yeah?
I don't know. I guess I've always kind of felt that way. At least as long as I could remember.
Hmm.
My ma, read me stories of, great adventurers and heroes defeating the vile villains of the world, and I just always wanted, to be part of that. Funnily enough, I guess technically for the longest time, I always told people I wanted to be a dragon.
But you already were one.
Well, dragonborn, yes, but meant like a real one, Yeah, I could fly, breathe fire, the whole shebang. One of the stories my mother told me was about a boy who came across a monster in the woods. It was injured, and he thought about killing it, but decided otherwise, and care of it. And many years later, the beast grew stronger, more powerful, but it remembered the kindness it had shown him.
That just sounds like
And
how to train your dragon, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's so many stories.
Yeah. Like that's where
It's
my
not a
mind
unique
immediately
tale.
went to.
When attacked by bandits, villains, it defended him and his whole town. And I wanted to be the, dragon of my town, so to speak.
Do you think that you are fulfilling that? on your little journey with us.
Well, think
Perhaps
so.
not of your own town, but being the dragon that you so wish to be.
I mean, I can't fly per se, but I mean, back in Provenera, when we're in the sky ships and dropping bombs on all those people. No one else was stopping them. We did that.
Is true. Well, to extent, but yes. That is all I had. Thank you for answering my questions.
Don't worry about it. And don't ever worry that you're bothering me with the questions. It's important to ask them.
It seems so busy.
Well, that's because I'm asking questions of my own.
Asking them to who?
Well, that's why we're going to the college, the collegium. Sometimes people don't have the answers I seek, but the books do.
Book smart, people dumb.
I see.
Not
Name
long
one
ago,
smart
I
person.
knew nothing of runes. Well, not nothing, but nothing is useful to me. However, in just the day I spent with Dr. Brackett, as well as reading this publication there, I have, I was able to put some of it to use.
That is nice.
Again, I'm busy not because I want to get away. It's because I just want to be ready for whoever trying to,
Yes, I believe I understand. You are merely preparing for worst, so to speak.
I've been caught unprepared before. Wasn't great.
Not again, I take it, yes?
Not again.
And as the two of you walk and talk for just a few more moments, you arrive at the outside of the central building of the Collegium Tidal, or Altrix, to the library to be on the second floor of the central foyer.
Yep. I will just kind of go straight to the library.
Okay.
Looking for several things. One, information about this blast stick that Evadin asked about.
Okay.
As well as I want to look into any information about the governance here in Oceavester and Hydroxylvex and see if I can't find any historical tomes on that.
You mean the government club?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I will have you roll 2 intelligence checks, please.
Okay. Just flat intelligence?
Just flat intelligence.
All right.
You should get one of these numbers,
These massive.
Okay, so the
D20
first one's a 24.
24.
Yeah.
Second one's a mod 20.
Okay, very nice.
Yo, you got the number.
Sizik, who is able to jump up on higher shelves, kind of bouncing and springing around the library, grabbing books for you that you point out to him. The two of you are able to, in tandem, find the tomes you're looking for. You are able to easily enough find the blast stick. It requires 3 components. I'll just tell you. It requires a simple stick, like a wooden stick that's about 1.5 feet long, maybe a foot is fine.
Amazing.
It requires a light cantrip spell scroll, easy enough to acquire, and common arcane essence.
Okay.
This sounds like a flare stick.
Is this? Are you sure this is the right one?
Yeah, blast
Just
stick.
to make sure.
I am sure. Yes.
For me, it just says 2 common arcane essence and 1 common branch.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you.
You added it.
Gotcha.
Cool.
Cool.
I'm just making sure. Just making sure
No,
because it
no
was
worries.
just one. It was a.
Yes,
It was
I,
like
I
not
also
on the
wanted to
list.
find a couple of books.
Let me
Specifically, just. I mean, yeah, you can finish it, but.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get to it in just a second. Yes,
That phrasing is wild.
I'm telling you the recipe instead of it being straight out of the crafting menu. Instead, the second thing in terms of the quote unquote government club of Oceavester here is that more of a broad scope governance instead of just the local government, as they often overlap in a situation like this. The entire Union of Fenaria is a democratic republic. Instead of having, like here in the U.S., we have a president and then Congress. They have the Chancellor and the Senate. Think Star Wars, I guess. The Chancellor is elected by the Senate every 3 years, can serve up to a maximum of 12 years in their service. But it is an election, the Senate often functioning like the Electoral College, in that the voters vote for the senators vote for the chancellor by popular electoral vote. The senators also are held to the same restrictions. They serve 3-year terms and can serve for a maximum of 4 of those terms for a total of 12 years. There are roughly, according to the historical tomes, you're able to find 12 senators, each comprising a district or a region within the Union of Fenaria. Specifically, the region of Urvest and Olvex are both within Oceavester and Hydroxylvexen. Oceavester being Urvest and Olvex being Hydroxylvexen proper. So they basically split the cities. Each city has 1 senator, and that senator functions as the representative for that body of people. At the disposal, at least here in the Twin Reservoirs, is the Wave Guard, which is a more it is a branch of the Fenarian Navy that serves specifically here at the Wave Guard Palisade. It can be a little tumultuous navigating who outranks who in certain situations, just in the tomes you're able to find. But you learn that the Admiral, whoever that may be, serves here at the Waveguard Palisade and is in direct command over the Waveguard and the rest of the Fenarian Navy, but also should the senators or even the Chancellor or the Chancellor's office require any kind of consortium of guards or protection or any nature of that, the police force, if you will, they also have dispensed soldiers that cover those areas as well. In regards to that, that is basically the entire government. So in its nutshell, the Chancellor who lives here but supervises the entire nation, and then the 1 senator for each city that supervises those particular areas and regions, and then whoever falls underneath them in terms of offices, and then the Chancellor's office as well. But those 3 figures, those 2 senators and the Chancellor, hold the political authority and legal authority here in Oceavester and Hydroxylvexen. Historically speaking, a number of names come up because you can only serve for 12 years maximum. So there's quite a few names referenced, but you find a tome a little bit more recent, and find that hold on, let me pull my document up. As my thing is, you find that Chancellor Infidin Namigoth is the current Chancellor, elected in the year 7327, and was re-elected for her 2nd term in the year 7330. It is 7331 currently. Senator Ilarion Vaymar was first elected in the year 7320 and is currently serving his 4th and final term, which will conclude at the end of next year. And then, familiar to you, after speaking with Mox, is Senator Onyx Miletus, the senator of the Ulvex district, which is hydroxylvexin. First elected in the year 7326 and serving in his 2nd term. It also notes some naval experience in the Fenarian Navy as an officer several years prior to that as well.
Okay.
And with a 20, you get quite a bit of information on those people.
Guess while I'm here at the college, perhaps they have some tomes regarding their own leadership, but I want to look up anything I can find on Grand Magister Rowanwood.
Okay. In what capacity?
Trying to look up their past. Who were they before Grand Magister, if I can find anything on
For
that.
sure. Go ahead and give me another intelligence check, please.
Well, we already got... Yeah, I don't do it.
Uh-oh. Did you roll a natural one?
I did not get all the bad juju out, apparently. Yeah, I did.
Unfortunate. You are searching...
No.
Okay. You are searching for
You found a
information,
book on plumbing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you are searching for information on the Grand Magister, and unfortunately, you're not quite sure where to look prior to whoever this is becoming the Grand Magister. You're not sure if it should be a publication, if you should look at a totally different field, if you should look in academia. You're not quite sure, so you're more like dumbfounded, and you just kind of have to give up on that search.
I have a question. Does he find the Tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise if we're
No.
going to do Star Wars references?
Absolutely not.
Dang it.
Well... Shit.
That does not stop you from asking around. That just means that for what you're looking for in the library, you are a little bit of an impasse.
Yeah.
Did I say?
I'm thinking a place like this might have records.
Uh-huh.
Which would probably not be part of the library, per se.
That would probably be correct.
But the library is also part of the offices.
Yes. Though you would surmise that the probably a registrar's office or some kind of secretariat
Yep.
that is handling the more legal documentation of this institution would be housed somewhere else and is probably not publicly available. You would have to request or at least go visit that place. But what do you know? You've never been to an institution before.
Yep. Okay, then. Guess I'll head up to one of...
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, kind of back down to the first floor.
Okay.
There's a secretary there.
Yes, there are quite a few individuals manning the front desk, welcoming students. You see, there's like student services available. There's like a specific like security that is manning the area as well. There's also just like general tour guides, and there's also like a student aid. There's also access to a financial office, just various branches that all work within as departments of this very large and well-known institution. But you just walk up to someone who seems to be more like a general help, like I have a question. And as you approach, a female, young elf, probably 30, which is very young for an elf, greets you. Oh, hi. Oh, well, welcome to the Collegium Tidal. How could I be of assistance today?
Hello. I'm just kind of a bit of on a investigation of sorts. And I'm looking into the history of some individuals, and I was wondering how accessible some of your some of the records of the Collegium would be at this time.
Oh, I suppose that depends on the nature of your historical search. Is there a specific person or event that you're looking into, founding a date of the institution, or is there something more generic that I could assist you with?
It's just looking for the through the records for certain individuals. Just trying to see what time, if at all, they were attending this university.
You're looking for more of a roster of previous years.
Yes, precisely.
Of our faculty, of our students?
Well, to be quite frank, potentially both.
I see. Unfortunately, it's beyond my jurisdiction to permit access to our students, and their information is confidential and held in the utmost privacy and respect of the attendees here at the institution. However, if you have questions on the faculty, most of those records are publicly available. Is there any one particular faculty member you're looking into, or a department?
Not specifically, no. If I only have access to faculty, that will do just fine. If I could be directed towards wherever those may be, I can conduct an exhaustive search in the name of my investigation.
Of course. If you will head right through those double doors over there, she points towards Tower 1, and on the ground floor, just on the other side of that whole corridor that you'll walk through, will be the registrar's office. They will be able to probably further assist you. Is there anything else I can do?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Of course. You have a blessed day.
I will make my way to the registrar's office.
Okay. Sizik, I'm assuming you're following suit.
No,
Ryan-
I've been in the library this whole time.
Oh, that's right. You're looking for books. All right. So while Altrix is off, Sizik, what are you looking for?
Yeah, so I'm gonna look for a general history
Okay.
of Oceavester and hydroxylvexin, and I'm gonna try to delve around to find more kind of history of Ilethia, but less general and a lot more in depth. Maybe looking for nothing in particular, but probably something less common to get more fascinating things about the planet.
Okay. Just to summarize what you
history.
just said, you're looking for in history, but you're trying to find not necessarily anything, not one subject, but just something that is interesting during history.
Yes.
Okay.
He's looking for
For
the Ripley's
Ilethia.
Believe It or Not book.
Yep. Beautiful reference.
So that one for Ilethia, and then just a general history of Oceavester and hydroxylvexin.
Okay, very well. If you will go ahead and I think just one intelligence check will suffice for both, as this is very easy to find. Or should be.
Excellent. General intelligence.
Yes.
It's a really good roll. Unfortunate for the modifier. It's only a +1, so 16.
16. Yeah, that's still quite decent. Above average for sure. All right. You find that in terms of general history for Oceavester, and I'll try to summarize as best as possible, the Fenorbian dynasty, which broke away from the Hatan Empire after the unfortunate split of two continents. You know, massive earthquakes happen. You know, just got to go with it, I guess. But Oceavester was the original capital of the Fenorbian dynasty, founded roughly circa year 600. So it dates back almost 7,000 years from date. It has never fully fallen, though it has seen its rises and seen its falls throughout history. Its swells in population and then its recessions as well. But hydroxylvexin wasn't an addition until somewhere in the 3900s, which is when a group of farmers decided that they didn't like how it was going in Oceavester, so they went across the canal and built their own city out of what was farmland. And so the cities have a bit of a tumultuous past together. However, that was 3,000 years ago. and the cities have come to be heavily dependent on one another now for survival. The rise of the Union of Fenere coming after the fall of the Norman dynasty in 1191. So the Fenorbia dynasty broke apart and formed the more modern nations of Fenorbia. And since then, it's just been a growing, although slow growing, but growing nonetheless, metropoli, as the two cities have just kind of grown into one massive amalgam of civilization, a melting pot of culture. And then in recent years, given recent technological advancements, they have seen their greatest explosions in populace, which means, unfortunately, the infrastructure is having a difficult time keeping up with their growth, but nonetheless. And in terms of just fun things in Ilathian history, I will have you roll a D100. I'll pick an event.
All right. So there's cool. D100. 34.
34. Okay. You find some history on. The book is titled "The Greatest Loss of Knowledge Known to Life," and it contains a detailed account of the fires of Agonsvale, which had at the time of, at least it was believed, comparable to the Library of Alexandria, where it stored perhaps the largest collection of known knowledge on the planet, and an unfortunate series of fires over a decades-long event caused the multiple libraries of Agonsvale to perish, and thus all the recorded history stored in them was completely lost. And unfortunately, that's just how it goes sometimes, and they weren't as smart as the Alexandrians were, and did not make copies of their records, and so some of those tomes were just lost to history. It is also believed that the founding of Iazlon and the expedition that led to that discovery was sent during that time period, but those tomes are lost, so they've never been able to confirm who actually set out on that venture. But just a little tidbit of history.
Nice. We are furthering the reasons as to why he has a proficiency in history of all things.
Of course, I'm all for it. I love talking about history. Obviously, I'm a dungeon master. Anyway, anything else you're searching for, Sizik?
I feel like that's too specific, so probably not. So I doubt that I would find that based off a title. So I'm gonna say, unless I can persuade the bookshelf to give me what I need.
You can always try.
What you do is you cast the spell Awaken on the bookshelf and persuade.
So if I had Awaken, yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Is there like a library attendant?
Oh yes, quite a few librarians that are just perusing the area.
Okay, I'll go up to one.
Approach a human dressed in just flowing purple robes that cover his back.
Tug on the robes.
Yes, sir.
I am trying to find in for knowledge on a very, very specific topic. Though I don't know how easy it would be because all I have is a name.
A name is a start.
I mean, there's a little more, but I don't know how helpful that would be.
What are you searching for?
So, is he dumb enough to know, or is he smart enough to know not to name drop here?
Sizik?
or to mention,
You tell me.
or to mention that this is his friend.
You tell me.
I rolled a nat 1, so no, he's not.
Okay, great.
You
So
my friend, my friend, yes. Oh, if we're going based off of wisdom, I have +0.
Yeah.
So probably,
one.
probably not. Even better. So I have a friend, right? And he has a magic sword that speaks to him. And this sword has a name. And I've been very curious about this sword, but he doesn't want to talk about it. He's all like, oh, I don't know, and yet I feel like he's a liar. Anyways, do you know of any books that might include the name Ozen?
Interesting. That is very specific indeed. Yeah, please.
That's what I was saying.
Please come with me, and we will look, at least.
I follow him.
All right. I'm gonna make an intelligence check, and you'll make an intelligence check, and we're going to see what the average is and determine
Okay.
how well it goes.
Okay. I'm gonna use a luck point here because that was terrible. And I'm gonna use a different die. Not that one. This one. That's much better. That's another 16.
16, not bad. You begin to look around, and surprisingly enough, there is a single tome that mentions the name Ozen. It is a sword that you are looking for, and upon its description, it could be the same sword, but it tells of a wild tale that is far too elaborate to be what you know Ozen to be, and it tells of a prized artifact that what started as nothing really. Belonged to a farmer as passed down from descendant to descendant to descendant, and went through this heroic battle, and was used by a general, and then displayed in that general's vault. And when the general and the army fell, it was taken by a captive, as a captive or a spoil of war, into a kingdom, held in a secure, tight vault that seems astronomically impossible to build at the time period that it's discussing. And then later was stolen.
Huh. That sure is a story. But I do not know if this is the same sword that my companion possesses.
Well,
But
sorry I could not be of
it
more
is a very,
assistance, but
very intriguing tale. Perhaps I will ask him about it. Not my companion, the sword.
well,
Maybe
I see.
maybe he knows. Maybe they're friends because they have the same name.
Of course. Well, you have best of luck doing that. Is there anything else I could assist you with, sir?
Nope. I'm gonna go find my dragon now.
Oh, great. Well, wonderful. And he walks back to his desk and sits down and kind of is pushing at his temple, like, what the hell did I just do? Like, what was that all about?
What did I just read?
Yes, exactly. But nonetheless, Altrix, you have arrived at the registrar's office, and have begun to discuss with a male dwarf, who seems to be not necessarily the registrar themselves or a secretariat, but just like a student worker maybe. At the very least, just some kind of attendant that more mans the welcome desk. So, let me get this straight. You want to evaluate the faculty, but you don't want to tell me why you want to evaluate the faculty other than it's your research.
Unfortunately, the information is confidential to my investigation.
I see. And confidential on whose order?
Well, this is upon the order of one Andrew Rufflock of Bruntero.
Make a deception check.
I'm sorry, who?
Riley, my goodness, we've seen this person before.
Well, I would say
No.
Steed. It's
You
the guy
could
in the photo. The
you
one you
could
recognize.
you could mention Owunul by name, and he would go, "Who?"
Yeah, this is true.
Only
Okay,
knows
look.
cricket.
That's
Yeah,
accurate, it's
Riley only
accurate.
thinks about cricket. He doesn't even know
All
his own
right, do
character.
I do not have inspiration.
The Hans.
All right, deception.
Yeah, deception.
the horse matters more than me.
Okay, 17.
17.
Why do you think he gets to eat the squirrels, but I don't?
Oh, why would you eat squirrel?
I apologize. And you can go ahead and make an insight check.
Ah. This dice treat me well.
Hmm.
18.
18. There is a recognition to the name Andrew Roughlock as you speak this to him. I'm gonna have to go talk to my supervisor for a moment. Can you just wait here for 1 second?
That I can.
Wonderful. I'll be right back, sir. And he enters through a glass, but it's more of a like tempered glass door. You can't quite see through it. And not but a bit of better part of maybe a minute passes before both himself and a halfling woman emerges from inside the chamber as well, and she looks directly at you and says, "Ah, you are looking at Andrew Roughlock. That is on his behalf, I take it."
On his behalf, yes.
I see. Well, that information is classified, unfortunately.
Where have
Information
we
of
heard
faculty?
that line before?
Say that again.
The information of faculty?
No, if it is on the behest of Andrew Roughlock.
Well, I'm afraid that if the information on faculty is rather of the more open variety, that is a public policy, and to withhold that from me is purely based on my employer. I will have to take this to a higher authority.
Make a persuasion or intimidation check.
Well, this die's been rolling good. It can't fail me now, right?
As it fails you.
23.
Well, if I were there, I could
23.
help you.
Persuasion or intimidation?
Persuasion.
Persuasion. Very well. However, I must inform you, I have a protocol of people to contact should that name be uttered in this public space. So you may peruse our archives, however, I must make some contacts.
I understand entirely, and you are free to do so. I shall not be uncooperative.
Very well. Right this way, sir. She leads you into the back room where they're past her office space, but into a it's not really a vault door as it is just like a heavy iron door that has a lock on it, and into just from wall to wall, floor to ceiling, rows and rows of files, just scrolls and archives of just documentation from dating back to thousands of years ago.
Before I delve into any of these files,
Yep.
lay of the land.
Yep.
Am I on the first floor?
You are on the first floor, yes.
First floor. Just kind of this back room tucked away. No windows or anything.
No windows.
Gotcha.
It is immediately apparent, though, as you're looking around, that there is a staircase that leads downward. And there is more archives in a basement section underneath this first tower.
I will I guess without anywhere to really start, I will just begin combing through, and the names I am looking for are
I'm aware.
I'm looking for Olthos Rowanwin and Daikia Rowanwin.
Okay. Okay, for sure. Okay. Well, as you begin doing that, we'll pick up with Owunul, who is out exploring the city streets here in Oceavester. Owunul, what are you doing?
I think I said I was gonna look. I don't have a lead on
Yeah.
where this person from my dreams is. Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
I am purely hoping that by a random chance I will find this individual. My chances are no doubt slim as hell.
That is
Uh,
completely fair.
but like I gotta try, cause what else am I gonna do? Just like I gotta do what I can, you know?
No, that's completely fair. Totally respectable, actually. Well, as you begin to search around, you don't find anything in particular that seems to match up with the vision or dream or whatever you had, whatever you want to call it. that you were
So no
experiencing.
like landmarks from
Nothing that feels familiar. You get the sense that this is either the wrong place entirely, or wrong time of day, or wrong part of the city. But wherever you're at, for whatever reason, just isn't clicking. It just doesn't seem to make much. Not a lot of familiarity to it.
Okay. So
But-
if my searches
No, go ahead.
so if my searches have turned up fruitless, if everything I've tried has not really worked out for me, my next thought is maybe Helm can give me a bit of guidance here,
Okay.
because I'm feeling a little lost. And if anyone's gonna know, it might be him.
Okay.
Maybe he has like a spider sense for where exactly the guy we're supposed to be protecting is. If I can find a D20, that'd be nice. Okay, there we go.
Never.
I was looking at D12, D6, D4, everything but a D20. Right. I can only assume that would be a religion check.
Yes, absolutely.
Somehow I'm still getting I got a -1 on these checks. You know, it's just insane to me. But I will be casting guidance on myself, so that I at the very least negate that, and at the very most get a +3.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually. Oh, okay. Oh, it's one short of 20.
Okay, 19.
It's 19.
Got it. Okay.
18 on the dice.
As you assume a posture of prayer, asking Helm for guidance in whatever space you're on, you do get the feeling that you are analyzing it correctly, that there is some call to protection, as is nature with Helm, of course. But that in particular, that individual in particular, is likely not here. It is one, too soon, and two, wrong place.
Okay, so I'm just in the wrong place in the wrong time, and I. Okay.
Yes, with a 19.
You know what? I think Owenul will think about it for a second and be like, you know what? I think I'm gonna trust Helm to guide me to know when the right time and place is, and that until that point, I should probably focus on protecting the rest of my group,
And that is
even if they insist on me not coming along.
No, and that is totally fair. And it is part of this realization that maybe it's from Helm or maybe it's your own intuition, but as day grows into early afternoon, your party, unless planning to stay at the Grand Pearl Hotel once again, will need some kind of lodging this upcoming evening. And perhaps while everyone else is off doing whatever business they call important, maybe it would be a good idea for you to provide for your group a little bit of security and safety.
Helm would be happy with that.
Very well. So where in the city do you go off to?
That is a great question. Let's look in references because I forgot what the city looks like.
That
All
is
right.
correct.
That is correct. Yes, I did forget.
That's what I mean.
Thank you for confirming that I indeed did forget. I
Yes.
would have been lost without that realization, you know. Okay. So we stayed at number 1,
Shit, number 4.
number 4. Ah, that tower over there. Right, that's kind of out of the way. I'm not sure if we want that. Okay, let's see. Look at the Owenul is going to presumably spend some amount of minutes looking at a map he just asked someone for or something.
Yeah, you're like-
You know what? No. Okay, he's gonna he's going to look for just any individual. Well, he's gonna okay. No, nope, I got it. He's gonna wander kind of towards the middle of the city for a little bit, and then he's going to find someone who looks like they would know where an inn is.
Okay.
And then he's going to ask such a person where he can find an inn. Now, I do realize that saying, oh, he's going to look for someone who looks like they know where an inn is not going to be the most helpful thing to look for. So he's just going to ask some random person on the street.
That's fair. You pass by a merchant who is wheeling a cart. Currently looks like they're headed up towards one of the marketplaces, more towards the major parts of the city. But
I have an idea.
Okay.
I'm going to ask him if he needs help or anything.
Okay. You offer your aid as a random stranger passing by. He is first taken off guard by your random act of kindness, but does not stop you. Just a little hesitant to permit you to wheel his cart for him. And
yeah, I was just wondering if you would happen to know where some good inns in this city are. I'm kind of new around here.
Oh, of course. I mean, are you headed for? You just looking for a place to crash for the night? Or are you looking for something to, fill off the old tanker? You know what I mean?
I unfortunately don't. I
Get a
regret to
drink.
inform you. I do not.
Alcohol.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to the vernacular. My bad.
It's a big
yeah,
word
we're.
coming from somebody that's dumb.
Who said I was dumb? I'll punch the face.
You didn't know what
No,
alcohol
I'm just kidding.
was.
I'm just kidding.
I tease.
Well, that's not fair. That's not fair. Right. So I think okay. How long do we think we're staying here? Maybe a few days. What would be the best inn if we wanted to stay like a few days to a week, maybe?
I mean, most of the inns in the area accompany that kind of stuff. I mean,
So
are you looking? Are you looking for flavor? Like you want something that'll at least feel unique, like an experience, or are you looking for something that's more just regular, run of the mill, boring old place?
Mid-range, practical place to crash, I suppose, for at the very least the night.
Of course. Well, we're actually going to be walking by one here in about 2 or 3 minutes. If you just keep on walking with me, I'll show you right where it is. It's called the Hydro Haven. It's one of my personal favorite places to visit. Have some great dining opportunities, great opportunity for alcohol as well, though you don't seem to be someone's into that. But they do have some moderately priced rooms as well.
Owunul's gonna get touched by a stranger.
What? The...
Nope.
Damn it!
The guy,
Shut up.
this random guy's just like, what are you looking for in a hotel room? Oh, there's one right up here.
Raises eyebrows, like
Why don't I take
suggestively.
you over to the hotel room? Why don't I show you where it's
show
at?
you a room.
Literally terrible.
I can show you how to use the
look,
room.
I had a train of thought, and then Cole shattered it. I blame Cole for this.
Yeah, totally.
I blame myself for many things.
That's
Okay.
crazy. I was going to suggest for a moment that maybe the hotel, like half in jest, that maybe the hotel or the inn should be giving him a cut because I think he just like found a new customer.
Fair enough. You walk for 1 or 2 minutes, like the merchant said, as you kind of wheel his cart for him, and he stops.
Yes, I count to 60 twice.
Yeah, exactly. He leads you to the outside of a 2-story tavern located in the Rillside district. On your map, it's number 43 is the in particular place that he is taking you. But again, a 2-story building looks not too fancy on the outside. Just solid walls, blue rooftop, slightly off gray colored stone on the outside, windows on the upper floor, and it is quite lively even in the mid-afternoon here. But he's like, well, this is the Hydro Haven. It has not.
I can't find it. I'm having trouble finding it on the. Oh, never mind, found it.
Yeah, great. Right where it says Union.
Why?
Yeah, why? Where it
Why
says,
did you? Why did you do it like this? Why is 43 next to 16?
Look, I'll tell you about it later.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, it's never disappointed anybody to my knowledge, so you should enjoy it quite well. Well, I'll take my car from here. Is there anything else I can do for you, stranger?
No, just have a good day, I guess.
Oh, you too. Thanks for carrying the cart. Saved my back a little bit. And he takes the cart and begins wheeling it further up the road. But
Gotta stop him from getting that lumbago.
okay.
Did I throw you off your game? I'm sorry, Mason.
No, you didn't. That's all right. Anyway, you're outside the Hydro Haven.
Oh, right. I should probably contact the people in my group, the group people, the
Okay.
party, if you will. It's
All right.
losing it. Don't we all have a chatter crystal?
Yes, all of you do have a chatter crystal. Everyone
I
except for
will.
Paloma currently.
And she's the only one on her own. Oh my god.
She gave it to Sizik. Sizik, would you have given it back to her this morning, or would you have kept it?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, well, in that case, she has one. We'll just say that.
Okay. That'd be really funny if she just had no
would
idea
suppose
where
that does
everyone else
make
was.
it easier for all of us.
Yeah, no. If you don't have to figure out the logistics of that, because
I probably didn't give it to her on my own. She was probably like, "Hey, I'm leaving
it
to go
back.
train. I should
Yeah.
probably take this back."
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I will use the chatter crystal. It's 25 words, yes?
25 words, and there are 3 charges. You will expend one of them.
Okay, so I want to, before I start, I want to think about how to describe this.
We have a map.
You can just say the name of the place.
I need to look at the sign again. What was it called again?
It's called the Hydro Haven.
The hanging horse.
No.
Okay, that's crazy. Please tell me I brought Cricket with me. I wouldn't have forgotten him again.
You did.
Okay. All right, cool. So okay. I found us a place at the. Would Hydro Haven be 2 words or?
It is 2 words.
Hydro Haven Inn. It's on the north side of the Union Conduit. Yeah.
Okay. And all of you that have chatter crystals receive this message from Owenul. As they vibrate.
I don't receive the message,
You do not.
Well,
Sorry,
okay.
but I'm
Bozo.
sure Altrix will let me know. But if I did receive it, you know what my response would be?
El Bozo?
No, Hydro Haven in where?
No. Anyway.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Absolutely.
What's the joke? I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Ignore.
It's the Hydro Haven in. It's in where?
It's awful. It's a stupid joke.
I now understand the joke, and I wish that I didn't.
Yes. Anyway, Owenul, you are still outside the Hydro Haven.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go get us some rooms. So
Excellent.
we staying with 127.3. Not too good at the maths, no.
Right. Anyway.
8. 8's a good number.
Yes.
I like the number 8.
Fair enough.
You should say about 8.
Anyway.
About 8.
You enter.
Okay, I'll walk in.
Yeah,
Yep.
you enter proper into the building. And again, while it looks a little dull on the outside, not anything to be impressed by.
Practical.
Yes, very practical. The inside is much nicer than what the exterior would
Ooh.
have given. Very much don't judge a book by its cover type of tavern. It is a bustling interior, even at 1, 2 o'clock as it is today.
Every hour is happy hour if you're brave enough.
This is correct. Here, immediately catching your attention is a 2-story waterfall where there is an open hatch in the ceiling where one of the aqueducts pours in and
Ooh.
cascades into this chamber. It definitely gives a feeling of modeled after the cities of Oceavester and Hydroxylvexen, as if a little miniature
like it.
version of itself.
It's got a nice bit of culture to it. I can appreciate that.
Yes. There is a large water wheel being turned slowly by this large cascading waterfall here. That is turning a set of gears a little bit off of the background. Seems to be powering some of the kitchen equipment in the back as puffs of bellows and smoke go up and down with the turn of the wheel. Also, there's only one table in this tavern. It's one long, snaking, winding, curving, double-sided table, as it just is made of stone and meanders its way through the center of the tavern here. And you notice that there's this little
Wait, question.
Yes.
Is it on the inside of the table? Is that where like the barkeeps are?
Yes, it seems to be like the table snakes its way through, and you
Ah.
have a side where the guests sit, and then you have a side where people can
So
take
it's like
their
one
order.
really big bar,
Basically,
like a bar that just like is a big bar.
Yes, a bar that snakes its way and winds its way across the room. Made of stone.
Interesting.
But you note that on this bar, if you will, there is a slightly elevated canal where water is being funneled away from the water wheel and is snaking its way through as well before emptying into some kind of drain. And you see, just upon first glance, as some of the waiters and waitresses are serving their food, they are placing the food for their guest on small little bamboo rafts, and then it floats down.
Okay, that is kind of cool.
Floats down the table, and people are able to pick up their food as it's coming off from the oven.
I'm starting to think that maybe it wasn't the shopkeep who wanted me to go here, but you who wanted me to go here.
I was like, please, someone go to the Hydro Haven. I'm so proud of it. Anyway, a atmosphere that is warm and lively, obviously, inviting. There's music playing. It is filled with sailors from the naval base not too far from here.
You know what? I get Rainforest Cafe vibes from this.
Very much. Along with artisans, engineers, and even other adventurers, all laughing and sharing stories about their ventures throughout the city here. There are plenty of frothy mugs of ale infused with lake herbs to give it just that perfect taste. There is a second floor, though, above this open-air chamber that obviously houses the inn section of the tavern, where you can purchase rooms to stay. And there is a welcome desk manned by just a simple human female dressed in waitress clothes, as she is duly doing a job of serving people and also seating them.
She's dual wielding.
Yeah, she's dual wielding. However, after speaking with her, and if you'd like to pay for a number of rooms for your companions, each room will hold 3 people here at the Hydro Haven.
Mm-hmm.
There's quite a few rooms available, and rooms are much cheaper than what they were at the Grand Pearl. They are running only 4 silver a night currently here.
4 silver a night per room?
Per room, yes.
And each room has like what, 2 beds?
3 beds.
Okay, so we need like 3 rooms then.
Sure. Okay, so
And then one for the horse. No, I'm just kidding.
So if you want to pay for 2 nights for 3 rooms, I think they'll offer you a discount of 2 gold pieces. So you'll pay 2 gold instead of the traditional fee, which would be a little bit more than that. It would be 2.4 gold, so you're saving 4
You
silver
know
pieces.
what? I'm gonna like stop the waiter thing and be like, okay, yeah, I'll just pay that because the math is starting to get to
Yeah,
Owunul.
sure.
He's
Sure.
not having a good time.
For sure. You are welcome.
How many gold?
That's two gold pieces.
All right.
For 2 nights worth.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
For the 3 rooms.
That
and
seems
then
reasonable. I think.
You are offered a seat if you would like to sit down for lunch. As
Yeah.
It's still late hour for lunch. And
I'll sit down and order myself some food while I'm waiting on my companions to get here.
for sure.
I would like to experience the bamboo raft, lazy river of food.
Sure. You order yourself some tacos, and they are floated down on the bamboo raft where you can eat them. They're more like street tacos, less of more what you would find at a traditional restaurant.
I feel like practical and an experience. I feel like you just put all those into one inn, and I appreciate that.
Yes, this is my pride and joy of Oceavester. Nothing else.
This is the best spot in Oceavester. Everything else is garbage compared to this.
Exactly. But taking your order is
Tacos on a raft.
What?
I said it's tacos on a raft. You can't beat that.
Oh,
It's just
for sure.
it goes. It's all downhill from here.
What
Yeah,
about pancakes
you're
on a
right.
sled?
Okay, pancakes on the sled would be pretty cool.
Wow.
Maybe in the winter it freezes and then they use toboggans.
You could still use a sled.
You're not here. Says
It
it.
just wouldn't,
Toboggan
it wouldn't be as effective, but you could still use a sled.
Awful.
This is true.
Owunul, taking your order, however, is a towering Goliath, who
Hot.
is writing your order down. He introduces himself as follows. Let me see if I get his voice right. Hi there. I'm Brugsy. Welcome to the Hydro Haven. What can I do for ya?
I would like some tacos, good sir.
I see you've taken a liking to our tacos, of course. Could I get you anything?
They
to
are really
drink?
good. Anything to drink.
A glass of water, perhaps.
No, I'm thinking something a little bit more.
You're looking to be a little bit more potent. We have tea.
I'm looking to be a little bit more fuzzy brained than I am normally.
Of course.
Just a little bit.
I'll get you a fine glass of ale. Of course. Well, my name's Brugsy. If you need anything, you just let me know. I'll get that order placed down for you.
Thank you.
Owunul's first drink.
No.
He did smoke Mary J.
This is true.
Okay, that's also true.
And
Yeah, but
Owunul is feeling relaxed and would like to just drift mentally for a little bit. I mean,
For
more
sure.
than usual, of course.
And of course, drifting to you are your tacos on a small bamboo raft, which you just find is most exquisite. They're really good tacos too.
Oh yes, this bamboo raft with the tacos. This is a shit, my man.
It is the shit.
Why did
Um,
the tacos are so good they changed Owunul's voice.
What's new?
Yeah, they changed him into a prim and proper Englishman
Yes.
in this world where England doesn't exist. Don't worry about it.
Of course. Nonetheless, Owunul, you spend the better part of your afternoon waiting for your companions to arrive. But back at the Collegium Tidal, Sizik, you have found not Altrix directly. Instead, a battalion of Waveguard soldiers has been led promptly into this chamber, and leading this is a woman you recognize from Provenere. This would be none other than the Chancellor that you all spoke to while in Provenere, as she is commanding a battalion of 16 soldiers walking into the space. And they meet up with a person you do not know, but a blue dragonborn, the Grand Magister of the Collegium. And they are all entering the Registrar's office.
Can I follow them?
All of
you
them?
are-
Oh my
Yes,
god.
and you are following them in there. Altrix, you are stopped in your tracks of archive searching by the Chancellor and the Grand Magister and 16 heavily armed Waveguard members. But we will pick up there next time as we see what the
And a scissor.
aftermath of this. Anyway,
I cast
Altrix, what did you do?
I cast grease.
Thank you all very much
What
for
did you
joining us.
do?
We will see you next time. And as a reminder, the adventure continues. Have a good night.
Bye bye.